All right, good evening, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Scott Cotto here. First warning of the night coming in now from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm warning. This cell that is down in Jefferson County, southern portions of Jefferson County right now, working its way towards the north. Have some hail down there along Highway 67, not too far from Valley Mines. Looks like it's just right north of Valley Mines right now. But this storm is moving to the north-northeast. May also have some gusty winds with it, upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And you notice that warning does include part of Monroe County too, even though this area that's closer to Redbud is not, it's not for that cell. That's a strong cell that's going towards Redbud. But the one that's producing the potential for some hail here right now is south of Festus, and it's moving to the north. So let's take a quick look at what's going on across the area. This is the warning that's in effect right now. You can see how these storms have been kind of developing. You know, we've grown this evening. The dew points have come up. And you notice as this storm is lifting more towards the north, we almost have a little bit of a hook kind of trying to develop there, which always is a concern because this is an environment that does have some rotational capabilities with it. Having said that, this is also moving more towards the north than it is to the northeast, the way it looks to me. But it wouldn't surprise me if we see something spin up there as we head through the next little bit. And this actually does have a tornado possible tag on it with the actual warning from the National Weather Service. So again, we have just this one warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Parts of Monroe County, it's going to be right along and just west of the Mississippi River initially. It's going to try to get into Waterloo, not really getting into the far southern portions of the metro area. I guess, you know, as you go down towards Festus, you're getting out of the metro area and farther south, but it's starting to drift into the far southern sections of the metro area. This warning does not go up to Arnold just yet, but again, a storm worth watching. This one in effect until 8:45 tonight. Now that's 7:59. Storm's only moving to the northeast now at about 25 miles per hour. So at that speed, the hail part of the storm and any circulating part of the storm, I'm going to drag it even farther north. Well, it might be going a little farther than that, a little faster than that. But it does take it into Cahokia Heights, into Sugarloaf, eventually right after 9 o'clock tonight. So that's taking it way far to the north. Now again, what we're looking at here, because we just got that updated scan, so I'm going to pop this radar on, and we're going to look at the winds in there, because there is a little bit of a circulation showing up here. Now, I'm not ready to say that that's a tornadic circulation, but it sure does look like it was in the right place or pretty darn close to it here. So this is Athena School Road here. This is Olympian Village that you're coming into. That's Mattis Farm Road. And this is right along Highway 67 here, going south of St. Louis. In fact, it looks like they just did issue that tornado warning. Okay, so Jeffrey, are you in there? Anybody in my control room? So that's now a tornado warning here, as that storm has now tightened that circulation. Doggone if it's not in the right place at this point. So we're working on getting that on. So if you're in Jefferson County, we do have a tornado warning in effect right now. And that tornado is in southern portions of Jefferson County, and it is lifting to the north and northeast right now and working its way up 55 or up 67 towards 55. So this is a severe thunderstorm that just within the last couple of minutes, that thing started spinning and spinning pretty well. And you see where that circulation is here. And it looks like it may even be tightening up just a little bit. And this is very close to the town of Olympian Village, continuing to move up Highway 67 towards Olympian Village right now. So severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is radar indicated rotation on this thunderstorm right now. And of course, you see where the hook is, up even a little farther than that from where we were showing you where the velocity is. The velocity, the couplet there, a little farther south. There's your red and your green together. That's probably moved up very close to almost being on top of Olympian Village right now. So it is very close weather impact alerts, and we do have a new tornado warning in effect for the southern portions and central portions of Jefferson County and Missouri and into Monroe County in Illinois at this point. We are seeing a storm with radar indicated rotation. It is moving to the northeast. This severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and that circulation actually appears to have intensified a little bit here as it's heading into the Olympian Village area. You probably just had some hail around Olympian Village as it continues on towards the north right now. And that, as we get really tight in here for you, around State Road CC's where the hail is, there's Olympian Village. And then look, as we back this out just a little bit, here is the hook in this storm. So we've got that hook in the storm. It spun up pretty quickly here within the last 10 or 15 minutes or so as this is moving to the north. So it's coming right up Highway 67 here in Jefferson County. I want to show you the wind velocity here. And again, quite the surge of winds that either are in Olympian Village right now or will be in the next couple of minutes. That's surging in. That's that rear flank downdraft kind of wrapping in and around this thing. When we pop on the storm relative winds, then you'll see the red and the green together. And again, I think it's a little bit removed. I think it's showing up a little farther south than it really is. This is right on the doorstep of Olympian Village. So if you're in this area of Jefferson County, right along Highway 67, okay, this is south of where 67 splits with 55. But if you're in the area of Olympian Village, you need to be in your safe spot. There it goes. There's the latest update. So that rotation right in here has just gone over Olympian Village and is going to the north. So State Road CC. We're going to track that. Actually, we're going to zoom in because I want to get you ahead of where that is. All right, here's 67. You got a couple of gas stations right along 67 here as you make your way up towards 55 where you merge with 55. This is State Highway CC. There's County Road CC. All right, that circulation's coming right up 67 at this point. It's moving almost due north. So if you're in the path of this circulation, we go back and we put that on there, and it's only moving about 25, 30 miles an hour. I'm going to give you a little, maybe just a little faster than that because it's moving more towards the north perhaps, north-northeast, but that does take it pretty close to Festus and along Highway 21A going up towards Ludwig, okay? So pretty area here, scenic, Highway 67, hilly terrain, south of St. Louis, Jefferson County. That circulation's close to Olympian Village, and this cell has the classic look of, a cell that is spinning and creating that rotation. The radar is indicating that. On the north side of this, before you get into those strong winds and you get into that rotation, that darker area is showing us the hail core right now, which that is in fact a pretty good size hail core. And of course it's rolling right along Highway 67. So here's State Route CC. So 67 where it comes off 55 and then makes that bend there. You got those couple of gas stations that are down there. In fact, one of them was pretty new last time I was down that way. This is moving towards the north. Okay, this warning does not get into Arnold yet, but it does include the Peevely area. It includes Valmeyer. It doesn't include Waterloo just yet. It's also just east of Hillsborough. But it's really for that rotation that's north of Olympian Village and just to the south-southwest of Festus. And if we take that along and move it to the north, it's moving towards Peevely. And it's going to come up here and get close to Festus. So you need to be in your safe place. This doesn't look like a storm quite to the extent of what we were looking at Friday. Nonetheless, any of these storms that rotate and have that potential to produce tornadoes can still cause damage. Now we're still seeing that rotation showing up there, still a bit of a hook there, still have some hail showing up here. And I think we're going to continue to watch these storms, this whole area building across the region. I've broadened out the picture for you so you can get an idea of what we're dealing with. So the only warning we have at the moment is this tornado warning that's now, any tornado is north of Olympian Village and almost getting in towards Festus, right along Highway 67. But that storm's continuously progressing towards the metro area. So it could be into Metro St. Louis. Obviously, we still have folks, I mean, we're just getting to sunset now. We still have a lot of folks around St. Louis, across the river into Madison County, that are still trying to clean up from what we had last Friday and the mess with that tornado. So this is forming more of a solid line here as it's lifting to the north, and there'll be some gusty winds with that. There are additional thunderstorms developing farther south and southwest. They are moving in towards Phelps County into southern portions of Crawford County, and you have some down there that are probably producing some small hail across a chunk of Reynolds County. The storm of concern, though, at the moment is this storm that is in Jefferson County that prompted this very quick issued tornado warning. And you can see how that storm is hooking as it's moving almost due north here along, and that circulation's probably just west now of Highway 67. And I think we're going to have to probably add a few more communities into that. Let's get in a little bit closer, and I'm going to stop the radar, get you there, show you this. That's where our circulation is. Now, yes, there's still red and green together there, so there is still that rotation. Storm's still spinning. There's no question about that, that it's still spinning. But it's not spinning as tightly. In other words, circulation's not quite as tight as it was a couple of minutes ago. Nonetheless, that is still a potential tornado there. And it's certainly a lot of wind, and it's gone just north of Olympian Village. So now we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going up just to the north of this. I think it's going to probably get us more into the metro area, or let me go see what they've done with that, because that's a different kind of severe. It's kind of, maybe they're just trimming that one up. That's probably what they're doing, probably trimming the severe thunderstorm warning up. So we get in a situation where, again tonight, we have the potential of seeing some stronger thunderstorms. Now, honestly, I'd rather get it out of the way at this point before it gets too late in the night versus what we're going to be dealing with later on tonight. So that storm moving to the north here, you've got the circulation. It's in that vicinity south of hematite at this point, and it's going to try to push towards Festus. But again, it's sticking pretty close to just coming right up and along 67 at this point, and then sliding on to the north. So we haven't had any reports of any severe weather out of this just yet. I think if we look at our hail indicator, it's going to show some hail, but not a huge amount of hail. But it's definitely showing us that we've got the winds there and that potential for a tornado. Now, I'm going to go back on the debris detector a couple of times here. I'm not sure that we could claim that that would be a radar confirmed tornado, but there's definitely radar confirmed rotation with that, and it's pretty tight there in this area that, you know, and the radar runs just a couple of minutes behind. So let's look. Here you go. This is State Highway P through here, Victoria Falls Drive. This is where your circulation's going to be. That's Mappaville Hematite Road. So you're north of Olympian Village here. That's Highway 21A. North of Olympian Village, your circulation's in here, and it's pushing to the north. So that tornado warning continues here. Again, this is staying south of, you know, the Arnold area, but Peevely's in this tornado warning. Herculaneum's in this tornado warning. Right now, even though Monroe County, you were in it, I don't see that circulation moving that far east. It looks like it's staying west of the Mississippi River at this point. So if you're in Mappaville, if you're in Jarvis, if you're in Munson's, anywhere along here, hematite up to the north, and that's really going to run you all the way up towards Antonia. So here's Highway 21 right in here. Again, east of Hillsboro, you'll want to be in your safe place. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're going to want to get in the basement if that's an option. If you don't have a basement, then you're looking for your hall closet. You're looking for the bathroom that's close, away from the windows in the center part of the house, a closet, you're wearing your shoes. Got to protect our heads, always wear our shoes just in case we start dealing with debris and something that breaks. But that's what you're looking at with that hook right there on this. And it escalated pretty quickly tonight. This otherwise is not an overly favorable environment for, big time thunderstorms. That's more likely farther to the west here. Look at everything that you see out west. But as these storms are creeping in to our area right now, that possibility does exist, yes. That possibility does exist that you will continue to see rotation develop out of some of these thunderstorms. So you've got the tornado warning until 8:45 and also the severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. I think most of the circulation for the tornado looks to be staying west of 55, of Interstate 55 right now. Okay, so it's basically between Highway 21 and Highway 55 in Jefferson County where we have the circulation, where we have that twisting of the wind, where the storm is trying to put down some hail at this point, and it's moving to the north. So when we zoom in on it, and then we give you a bit of a track on it to take it into the metro area. And again, the metro does not have warnings outside of this storm. Arnold, you're not in the warning yet. But I want to tell you that this storm is going to be in Arnold in roughly 20 minutes or so, 8:38. In fact, you'll get part of this into Arnold before then. That's going to be more of the hail and the rotation part of this storm that may get into Arnold about 8:38. Melville, about 8:51. You're probably in that Limay area in that same ballpark. Melville, Oakville, Limay, all around 8:50, 8:55, 9 o'clock, getting into South St. Louis County. Now, will this storm still be rotating? Will we have, the potential of this dangerous twisting wind? I don't know at that point if we will or not. But Jimmy, will be monitoring the situation as we go through time.
Yeah, just checking National Weather Service chat, Scotty. There's actually a funnel that is, it looks like a picture, definitely a funnel to me, right on Highway 67 and Meyer Road, Jefferson County. Some believe it could be a scud cloud, but it also looks like a funnel, but it's right in that area.
Yeah, and when we're looking right in that area where that circulation was, and you kind of look back here, I'm going to broaden this back out, but we look back at, where we had the tornado warning issued and how that circulation's kind of holding together. It kind of comes and goes. If anything, it's shifted a little bit to the west of north and is out towards hematite. And again, these storms tend to cycle a little bit. You're looking at this back and forth just like I am. You're watching it going from Olympic Village up to hematite there, and this is what's left of that circulation. It doesn't look as tight as it was, but having said that, that doesn't mean that we don't have problems with it on the ground tonight if it has touched down. You still have a bit of that circulation there. As far as the hail goes, I'm betting that hail is in this area from Ludwig coming into Munson's, going up here to Hercule Road, Herculaneum. This is Crystal Heights Road here, Old 61. So you basically in the Festus area and along in either side of 55 right now, down here into central portions of Jefferson County, this is where your hail is. So the hail potential is about the size of quarters with this, but I would suspect you'll probably see really slow traffic in this area because of that. And also, again, we have the tornado warning because you have that, the hook, the back side of that thing wrapping around, and the potential that there's rotation in there. Now, you and I can look at this together. It's not, this is the Doppler wind. It's not nearly as impressive as it was just a minute ago. Mm-hmm. In fact, we jumped that out. There's still a circulation there. That circulation's broadened out, and now we're seeing some of those gusty winds go up over Highway Z here. And that's actually heading up towards Old Limay Ferry Road here in Jefferson County, so central portions of Jefferson County. Not nearly as well-defined of a circulation as it was, but I got to tell you, those winds look a little impressive. And I'm going to zoom in because, you know, with the trees as weak as we've had them with all the storms, this area here, here's Highway 21, all right? Here's Old Lee May Ferry Road, Oak Crest Drive, Marble Springs Road. This area, you're about to get some gusty winds, 55 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. It doesn't have to be a tornado at this point to cause a lot of damage. The ground is pretty wet from all of the storms we've had so far. We haven't had a really good chance to dry out. And you get 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, and now you have trees that have leafed out. So those trees have a lot more resistance to that wind than they did before. And as a consequence, you end up with additional power outages. Now, I got to tell you, down here in Jefferson County, we haven't had the big power outages like we had last week in St. Louis County with a tornado that was on that track there. This is the big picture looking elsewhere across the region. The one warning we have is for that storm in central portions of Jefferson County right now. That's the only warning in our area, tornado warning for central Jefferson County. And again, the rotation's broadened a bit. But we're also watching these thunderstorms trying to develop out along 70 once you get out towards west of New Florence, out towards Kingdom City, and then out towards Columbia, and these storms coming out of the Ozarks towards the Rolla area. Also watching this cell that's now getting close to Viburnum down here coming out of Reynolds County. Those are the areas where we'll watch because there is a little more energy available for those storms down to the south of St. Louis. Right now, though, we have the tornado warning in effect for the central portions of Jefferson County. I know it's still technically in effect right now, going across the river into Monroe County. Honestly, I think if you're in Monroe County right now over here towards Valmeyer, you're fine. The circulation is showing up, and the strongest part of this storm is still showing up on the Missouri side of the river. Having said that, look at what's happening here with this cell that's just now coming into Arnold. That does not have a warning on it, but it's also a strong thunderstorm cell, as is the one that's going over Waterloo. Not necessarily severe, but strong. And they're pushing into St. Clair County. So this whole area is starting to fill in and lift to the north. Now, that tornado warning, they just trimmed it up, and they did take you folks out of Monroe County. You're no longer in the tornado warning. It's just for Jefferson County, just for that circulation there. And it really looks like that circulation has weakened a little bit.
It has weakened so much, which is great. I'm surprised they're continuing.
Yeah, so they're just
further
trimming it
north
up
with
just in case it pops back on.
Sure.
So I tell you what we're going to do. It's 8:20. You still got some good time on NBC programming tonight. So we're not going to try to keep you on, interrupt TV. We're trying not to as much as we can, but we're also not going to let something happen where you need to know about it, and we need to keep information to help people stay safe. As this storm is coming into Peabody, you're probably going to get some hail. Stay inside, away from the windows and the doors. We're going to watch these storms coming into the southern parts of the metro area here, and that means the northern parts of Jefferson County, parts of northern Monroe County, and into St. Clair County, and eventually southern portions of St. Louis County. But for those of you watching on Channel 5, we continue our coverage on 5 Plus right now. All right, so we right now that they would keep that going. And I'm not sure that we even, Jimmy, have much of a severe thunderstorm warning either. I'm going to probably commandeer that in a few minutes and get that over here because I didn't get around to doing it earlier. But
it did pop up very fast this evening, didn't it? That little one, yeah.
Yeah, that one cell popped up. This out here, if you look out at this cell, I mean, look at the rotation on that puppy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Sedalia. Huh.
This thing out towards Sedalia's got its own rotation, and that's actually, this is becoming its own. We've talked about this before too. Its own complex of thunderstorms, if you will. So that's going to be lifting to the north and northeast. And as it does so, once that gets up here into northeast Missouri, it's probably going to be north and west of our area. That could, in fact, cause some problems for those folks out there. We definitely have severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of it approaching Columbia. Looks like they stretch in towards Jefferson City right now and go down through the Lake of the Ozarks. But again, that's kind of what's to come at this point. I think we just got a little appetizer of just how wonky these storms are going to behave tonight as we go through time. That's what it looks like in the metro area now. These storms around the Arnold area are starting to get a little more intense than what they were earlier, but they're still not terribly strong storms right now. So they're still kind of hanging in there, but they're not as intense as they otherwise would be. Jimmy, I'm just going to destroy this monitor, I think, at this point. There we go. Yeah, it's all good. Well, it's not working like it did the other day, that's for sure.
Here we go. Let's see.
Let me see if this is the... yeah. Okay. So you guys, you just watch this radar with us. I don't think you have to worry. There's no longer any kind of circulation there that would indicate that's a tornado. And our tornado threat out of this storm here that's in northern parts of Jefferson County, that doesn't look overly impressive either. At least not to me. I pop that on. I don't even see any strong winds. The strong winds that were down here have kind of faded quite a bit. So I guess that's some good news for you folks. Still some wind gusts down there around Peevely, but not nearly what it was from earlier. So that's good news. And I think you're going to see that with these storms. You're going to see them perk up and then die down and then perk up a little more and then die down. And I think we're going to go through that through much of the rest of the night here as time rolls on. So there we go.
Good. Perfect.
Yeah,
all right.
that'll work.
We got this.
I think.
Yeah, that one cell really did pop up out of nowhere there, and I rushed in as soon as I saw it. Good news is, again, that's radar indicated rotation on that cell. We still have the tornado warning. Scotty and I both believe that that cell no longer has the rotation that was tight enough to indicate any kind of big threat, but we're going to let that tornado warning expire as it moves north. Just heads up as it moves into the Arnold area. You might be having some, there we go, tornado warning just canceled. There it is. And so we continue with that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Monroe County, Illinois, and also into Jefferson County, Missouri. It is headed more north-northeast towards the Arnold area. So you'll get some thunder and some lightning and maybe some strong gusty winds, but even within that cell, we're looking at maybe 40 to as high as, since there is a warning on that, as high as 60 miles an hour in that, and not really seeing a big hail core with that cell.
No, it's looking less and less impressive as time goes on here. And so just kind of give you a perspective here, and I'll run through a few things here. We'll kind of just walk through this. Once a warning is issued, the National Weather Service, even if a storm weakens, we have storms that sometimes weaken and then they strengthen once again. So you don't automatically, just because it weakened for a couple of scans, take the warning down, because sometimes it strengthens again. But then you get a situation like this where, as this is pushing up, you can clearly see it's weakened, it's weakened, it's weakened, it's weakened. Okay, we're just going to get rid of the warning. So they canceled the warning early now. So there's no longer any severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, if I'm watching this and I'm monitoring these storms, I'm looking to the south and I can see some of that cloud to ground lightning. Let me see how much lightning's on there.
There's a lot of lightning on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of
2,400 on just that page that you're looking at, guys.
Yeah, it was really huge a minute ago. There it says 1,000. And I think that most of that's out with that swirly thing out there west of Jefferson City. But you look down to the south and you have all this lightning coming in. That's an indication that we at least have some smaller hail. But this is lifting in towards the metro St. Louis area. So we're going to have to deal with that as we head through the remainder of the evening. All right, getting a tornado watch now, too. That's going to be in effect for much of the area.
Till 3 a.m., I believe.
Till 3 a.m. Let's see if we can plot that puppy up, too.
And it's interesting, that spin you were talking about, Scott, around, Sedalia moving north to I-70.
Yeah.
And there's this line of storms out near Kansas City. And there's a couple tornado warnings in that, right on the front edge of that line that's bowing out. So Kansas City is getting some rough
Yeah,
weather.
they've had some.
Couple rounds of it. Right?
Yeah, they've had some big storms out there through the course of time here. All right, so I'm going to get back to the point here of grabbing a couple of things and getting a couple more things set up. But here's what we're looking at out to our west. Obviously, we're in a weather impact alert, and we're going to stay there until the threat's over. I think tonight we may end up going into more of a heavy rain threat later tonight versus the severe threat. You know, we have to wait and see. But as you watch these storms, they continue to creep northeast. Some of these are looking pretty good here down to the south and southwest of St. Louis. Coming into the metro area, that's a pretty good sized cell right now that's down here, that's working its way across from, from Jefferson County into St. Louis County right now. And yes, Arnold, you've had the heavy rain out of that. You might even have a little bit of hail. There's 141 here going up through Fenton and then up towards Valley Park. Most of this is going to stay, on the eastern side and the central portions of the metro area versus going out into St. Charles. These heavier cells here initially are tracking more towards St. Louis proper and then in through and across St. Clair into Madison County. And I know somebody asked me earlier, or there was a question on Facebook, why aren't you covering the storm damage in Granite City? And why aren't you talking more about that? Well, we know in Madison County, yes, the tornado that went from St. Louis did cross the river. It went through Granite City, and it went all the way over to the southern side of the SIU Edwardsville campus. But the damage on that side of the river, okay, just for instance, Madison County, your total number of people that were without power an hour ago was 12 customers. And in the city of St. Louis, we're still looking at, I want to say it was 17,000 customers without power and several thousand still in St. Louis County. So yes, you've had damage here in the Metro East and in Madison County with the storm as well. The reason you haven't heard as much about it is because the damage there was not as extensive as what we have seen in St. Louis City and eastern portions of St. Louis County by outages, by the actual damage to buildings and such. You've got a lot of tree damage, and that's for sure. And you might get some more out of this because, these trees were all weakened after last week's storms, after the storms we had the week before that, a couple of weeks before that, back at the beginning of March. We've had round after round after round of severe weather this spring, and you have a lot of weakened trees, a lot of trees that have branches that are hanging up in there ready to maybe fall at any given moment if they get just the right wind speed. All right, let's see, Jimmy. We got tornado watch, you say.
Every county except for Clay County. So every single county until 3 a.m.
And so we're going to change that. Let's get that time right. Sometimes we have to do things the old school way.
Yeah, and it's really sad, too, with this rain coming in, all the homes that don't have roofs, and then they might not have put the tarp on the roofs.
Yeah, and that's part of, this is pretty extensive. Part of this watch was already in effect through Lake of the Ozarks, so this is a further extension, eastward extension of that tornado watch right now. And so that's where that stands. Yeah, I think, Jimmy, that's a really valid point here is, the amount of roof damage that we've had in the metro area from the tornadoes, from trees down. And some people, you know, the tree came down, the branch came down, and put a hole in the roof, and they still haven't been able to get the tree off the roof, let alone, you know, try to patch up the hole or get tarps over it. But you know, if you can get out ahead of this, we're running out of time here for this cell that's down here into South County. It's coming in through Melville and Sunset Hills right now, and it's got some downpours. Probably has a little bit of small hail with it too, as it's at 44 and coming into Kirkwood, coming in towards Webster. Kind of the leading edge of this, moving more towards the north and northeast. So just on this track, that means De Pere. You're next to get some heavy rain into the town and country area, Creve Coeur, Maryland Heights, get up to St. Anne. You won't really, if it's raining like this, you won't be able to drive over the speed limit in St. Anne, which it's hard to do anyway, because you know how they are along Highway 70 there by the airport. Glasgow Village, Spanish Lake, Black Walnut, up to Mockins, and that's 923. So, I mean, we're taking it all the way up into and across the Missouri River into the far eastern portions of St. Charles County. It's not severe right now. It's a strong storm, but it does not look, well, I take that back. I think we just got a severe thunderstorm warning on it.
Yeah, there's right over Kirkwood.
Yeah.
There's a little bowing out right there.
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit of wind.
So just as we say it's not severe, the National Weather Service issues that severe thunderstorm warning for that.
There it is. Let's see if there's a.
Yeah, and it does.
There's no tornado tag on it, which is
Yeah,
good.
it does look like, it's hard to find that warning. It looks like they've got it maybe into the city.
Yeah, it looks, you know, Kirkwood, Afton, you're in that. It looks like all the way up to Florissant, Maryland Heights, Ferguson, the city of St. Louis.
Yeah.
So again, everybody is storm.
So they did do the city. Well, look at that, boy.
Yeah, they did do part of the city there.
Yeah, it looks
All the
like
way
they
up
got,
to Alton.
yeah, it looks like they got pretty much got the city, all of the city in there, clear all of that.
And possibly some hail, larger hail in there too, and wind gusts to 60.
Yeah, I keep trying to
As
click
it's
on this.
moving north, due north at 40 miles an hour. And it was right over Kirkwood.
Yeah.
Kirkwood's getting the roughest part of it right now.
Yep, some hail there, and it's going into De Pere, so it's going in West County Center here. Well, at least,
Yeah.
you know, at least our friends in West County Center have a parking garage out there. Now, if you're right here in downtown Kirkwood, I wonder, Jimmy, let's see what it looks like if we put Kirkwood Farmers Market on.
Yeah, Kirkwood, De Pere, Oakland, Warson Woods, Crestwood, Sunset Hills, Webster, and Webster Groves. Frontenac, that entire area right there. Again, moving north at about 40 miles an hour, just some wind with that and possibly some large hail as it moves due north. So until 9:15, a severe thunderstorm warning, a large part of St. Louis County and city.
Yeah, all of St. Louis City, it looks like, and eastern portions of St. Louis County. I'm trying to find that, you know, we really could see the hail. Let me go over here. Also, it would help if I could see what I was doing. I think all of the weather people's eyes are kind of tired. All right, hailing in Kirkwood. There it is. So if you look closely, every once in a while you'll see it on the roof there. I just saw it a minute ago, something bounce off. So pouring rain, some hail in here too in Kirkwood. That's a Kirkwood Farmers Market. That's what's going on right now. I don't see a lot of wind with that. You know, here's your trees. And I don't see at the moment a huge amount of wind with that, but it sure looked like that was where the hail core was with that. So let me just pull that back over here and put that up there so that we have that available. All right, so our only severe thunderstorm warning. And Jeffrey, are you back in the control room? Let's just do a quick hit. When we get to the next commercial break on Channel 5, we'll just do a quick hit on this storm that's coming up, just to let everybody know what's going on. How about that? And you kind of just tell me what's happened. Okay, well then you just bug out of it when it is, and you just tell me what to do.
And Scotty, another severe thunderstorm warning for Potosi area. Again, possibly quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that is, let's see what time that is on that one here. So Washington County, Missouri, almost the entire county, not all of it.
Yeah, they've upped the wind size. Jeffrey, let's go ahead and get in and do a cut in here on Channel 5. We'll just do it as soon as possible. All right, here's your weather impact alert. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and we're not going to stick with you very long here. We'll get you back to your live programming, but we wanted to tell you about this severe thunderstorm. We've seen the hail in Kirkwood. We've got some strong winds now that are headed towards 64 and 270 in Lindbergh, Plaza Frontenac right now, where this storm is bulging out. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are possible. So that's headed right now towards Mercy. It's headed up towards Olive, towards Creve Coeur, along 270 between Lindbergh and 270 here. And it's working its way towards the north. So that's going to head up towards Frontenac. Well, it's in Frontenac right now. Creve Coeur up to St. Anne, Maryland Heights, Bridgeton, Overland. You're going to be looking at those gusty winds. Again, potentially as high as 70 miles per hour with this, along with the potential that we get some larger hail. I don't think we've seen the largest of the hail out of this yet, but it looks like it has spiked as it continues to pull out of the Kirkwood area and head northbound. So we are going to be dealing with that hail sliding northbound too towards 40, and the hail may be up to the size of ping pong balls. So it's not like this is going to come over some of the same areas that were hit hard last week, although worst of it stays west of where the tornado touched down on Friday. Having said that, once again, you look, here we are, Maplewood, Richmond Heights. You're getting some of that gusty wind showing up there. You're getting the gusty wind pushing into Creve Coeur. Just to give you a timeline on this, this warning does stretch north into the eastern portions of St. Charles County. So the timing on this, St. Anne at 8:47, Bridgeton at 8:52, St. Charles at 8:55, Florissant about right after 9 o'clock, Cross Keys right after 9 o'clock, and then after that it's crossing over the Missouri River and going into the eastern portions of St. Charles County. Now here is 70, and you notice that would be St. Charles right there. So it's going to be a close call as to whether this actually impacts the city of St. Charles. You know, we have another severe thunderstorm warning, and just so you know, we are monitoring the other severe thunderstorm warning down here for Washington County. These cells down here bubbling up, they are producing some large hail as well. Now you see all this green that's kind of filling in. A lot of that's ground clutter, but what's moving, where we have the oranges, the yellows, oranges, and reds, that is all our significant weather that we're dealing with. Want to let you know very quickly that we also have a tornado watch now that is in effect for our area. The NBC program is in a commercial break right now, so as soon as they get back from their commercial break, we'll let you get back to them and we'll stick with you on 5+. But now all of our area, with the exception of Clay County in Illinois, is under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. on Tuesday morning. So the potential is still there. and that's why we're continuing our weather impact alert as we go through the remainder of the evening. The warning right now for St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis into the eastern portions of St. Charles County for that large hail and potentially some gusty winds up to around 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially in that Limburg to 270 corridor and north of 44, and really becoming more north of 64, and then the action that's farther west and southwest of St. Louis. And again, as we zoom in to the metro area right now, your hail core is coming in here right along Manchester Road. Of course, it's hitting some of our car dealerships here, unfortunately, and the wind is surging out into Creve Coeur. So that gusty wind's already made it up to Olive and 270, and Olive and Limburg too, and that is headed towards the north as well. The other surge of wind that we're seeing here is kind of right there around, well, let's just say west of the Galleria or right over the Galleria, and that's now surging towards University City. So this is all sliding up to the north and to the northeast. Tornado warning for Washington County, and let's go back to that. So it looks like we won't be getting you back to your break.
Okay, I see that. Radar indicated rotation, moving north at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's coming out of Iron County. So this circulation here, and let me just, I'm going to stop it very quickly for us, Jimmy, and we'll go back in. We're really far away from the radar, so this is a rotating storm, and that's Redmondville, good waters there. Viburnum's over there, there's Codaway. So this barely includes Codaway. There's a Peoria in southern portions of Washington County. Really this area that's showing that rotation right now. Okay, Jimmy, did you hear that?
Yes, you got it. You got it.
So I'm pulling this, and look, I'm tracking this over a storm that's already up here along Highway 8 near Shirley, that in and of itself may start to rotate at some points, certainly putting down some hail. But this circulation that's down here that indicates a potential tornado, that's near Goodwater, near Delbridge, Palmer, and Shirley. You know, there's your time frame on that. Okay, so this is rural areas. Unfortunately, this is Washington County on the Missouri side, an area that's already seen several tornadoes this spring. I mean, there's been a lot of places that have had to deal with a lot of issues this spring, and this is just one of them. But this storm tracking to the north and northeast, we are not at this distance, you know, going to be able to get the lowest, you know, the lowest scans pretty high up. But that's your circulation showing up right there. And Jimmy, that's a pretty clear circulation.
That is. Boy,
and it's a pretty tight circulation.
Just north of 49 there, guys.
Yeah, just north of Highway 49 and along Highway 32, I believe, and that's going northbound. Very rural areas here down into Iron County, going into southern portions of Washington County. There's a state highway DD. You know, there's one of the interesting things about Missouri is we have a lot of state highway, double letters, single letters that are the same that are in, you know, multiple counties. So this is Highway DD. That would be in southern portions of Washington County and northern portions of Iron County. So that's why your tornado warning is issued there. We take that at 25 miles an hour and take it off towards the north and northeast. It looks like it stays to the west of Potosi, but again, this is going into that same area. Once you get up here towards Shirley, that's in that same vicinity as to where we had that tornado earlier this year. And again, that circulation maintaining its intensity there down in Iron County. All right, we're going to get you back over to what's going on elsewhere. We bring this back out. We still have our severe thunderstorm moving through parts of St. Louis, the city of St. Louis, parts of St. Louis County, and perhaps into northern portions of St. Charles County as well. And as we kind of zoom in on this for you, we are seeing some very large hail over the Galleria right now. So that's going to be pushing north. That's going to get up here towards Page and 170, and eventually the Rock Road. If that keeps going just due north, it'll probably go just west of Umsel over St. John's and come awfully close to the airport. But that's some very large hail there that we're seeing that's pretty close to being in the Galleria. And, you know, usually the hail core lags just a little bit. So Olivet and Overland, those are the places that, you know, you're looking at this potential for really large hail. So we're going to draw that out. You don't have a lot of time you don't have a lot of time to get your car into some safety here, and certainly wouldn't want to be trying to do it at the Galleria parking garage. Breckenridge Hills, St. John, St. Anne, that's 8:53 to 8:55. So, you know, in the next 7 to 10 minutes. Edmondson, Pattonville, 8:57, and then up towards Kinloch. So it's going to get up towards 70. It's headed towards, you know, 180. That's your Rock Road. There's Olive there. And there's a Natural Bridge. So you've got all of these areas here. This would pretty much include, as you get up here, you got Normandy here. So I'm just looking where I am. So there's 170. So just in here, you know, you're pretty close to Umsel to get some of this hail. Umsel's got some parking garages if you want to, but you only got a couple of minutes to get over there.
Yeah, it's right over 64, and then there's Clayton Road, and then South McKnight Road, and Litzinger. Boy, that area right there getting some large hail right now, guys.
Yeah, I want to look and see if there's any rotation in here. We're not seeing anything that stands out as being dramatic.
Yeah, no tornado tag on that either, which is good.
Yeah,
Yet.
so that's a good thing. But we do have the one tornado warning now in Iron County. That storm continues to spin as it's lifting to the north. Again, remember, we're all under a tornado watch now until 3 a.m. in the morning. And this cell that's coming in here out of Iron County, working its way into Washington County, Missouri. It's off to the southwest of Belgrade, off to the east of Potosi. Very rural areas here as this is pushing north and northeast. That circulation showing up very impressively, and it is still a very tight rotation. Yes, we're high up, but that's a pretty tight circulation. And if anything, it looks like it may have just tightened up a little more in that area. Now, when I get in really close on that, that's close to State Highway DD and Highway 32, and it's lifting towards the north, so it'll go, the circulation, whatever rotation it is going to go between Peoria, Missouri, and Goodwater, Missouri, cross over into Washington County on State Highway DD. There's Sunlight, there's Codaway, and continue going towards the north, towards Shirley, and up towards Delbridge. Eventually, it'll get up here towards State Highway C. So again, very rural areas, but you have a tornado warning now down here in the northern portions of Iron County. This is on the north side of Iron County and really the northwest side of Iron County.
And that's till 9:30.
Until 9:30, going into central portions of Washington County. So that is, and if we just kind of look back here, you can see this circulation. We just back it up where they issued that warning. It's really tightened up since then. Now, we're a little far out to maybe be seeing any debris from that, but just kind of looking to see if we might be able to detect some. I don't see any that really stands out at this point. But if you're down here in Washington County and that part of Iron County, you want to be in your safe spot. Inside, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basements are best. If you don't have a basement, then you're going to go to a closet, a hall, maybe a bathroom that's in the center part of the house, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're always wearing our shoes. Tonight's one of those nights where if you do go to bed before this line of storms, if you have to, before this line of storms goes through, just make sure you have your notifications turned on and set, okay? Make sure your phone is right there with the notifications on, that's charged up, that you would get those alerts, but also have your shoes right beside your bed so you can get them on if you have to actually act fast. Storm in St. Louis proper right now continues to move to the north, so we still have our severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we're getting that large hail right now at the QT just east of 170 on Page. That'd be my guess as that continues to work up to the north here, again, headed towards the Rock Road and Natural Bridge, right along 170, heading into North St. Louis County. So that's going to take this area as it works its way now right into St. John's and right into the St. Anne area, and then it'll keep going from there. It's going to get up pretty darn close to going right over the airport here in the next couple of minutes. And I'm going to see what the airport looks like here in just a second, Jimmy.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of rotation. Weather Service is talking about it too. Winkler, so that's extreme southern portions of Phelps County, right along 68. Just watching this little bit, it's not really a tight couplet at all, but definitely some spin going on down here, moving on to the north with that cell. So a couple areas of spin that we've been watching for sure. Even the one around St. Louis County has just a little rotation, but definitely not a couplet that I'm seeing at all.
Yeah, no, nothing that stands out as being dramatic. So, as we're looking at the airport right now, it looks like that, we're waiting to see if that picture will kind of come back together. It looked like it had kind of stuck on us. So here's your area lifting north through St. Louis County. Here's our tornado warned storm coming out of Iron County into Washington County. Keep in mind, if any of these storms produce winds of 60 miles per hour, even 50 miles per hour, the ground is so wet. All right, we've had so many storms this spring. We have a lot of very loose limbs in these trees. Obviously, you're getting heavier rain moving across the metro area right now that is, impacting the areas where we literally just had a tornado on Friday. So you have a good chunk of North City going over to Madison County from Granite City along Wilson Park, and then going over towards and on the south side of Edwardsville here. Now you're getting downpours in these areas that already have trees that are in a precarious situation in some cases, and you may have some gusty winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. Plus you're getting some larger hail that looks like it's trying to head right over the airport at this moment. And of course, if it does move over the airport, of course you can expect some flight delays. I think the airport camera has locked up on us because, Jimmy, it doesn't look like anything is moving.
It's moving, yeah.
One same thing there.
It sure did. It might be the storm itself. It looks like definitely over St. John is where that strongest part of the storm is right now.
Yeah, it's jumping out ahead of it.
Yeah.
Tornado warning continues now. That storm is working its way out of Iron County and into southern portions of Washington County. Again, we're talking a really rural area here, but this storm has had quite the area of rotation with it. Pretty good size couplet there. You're looking at it. Reds and greens indicating that dangerous twisting of the wind. We have it. It's on the radar. We don't have any confirmation that the tornado would have touched down at this point, but it certainly is on the radar, and it certainly is quite the spin. And that storm has the look, if you will, of a tornado. That's kind of how they do when you have your, semi-discrete or discrete supercells. You can see that hook. So the tornado warning continues now down in Washington County, northern Iron County. Good news is that's almost out of Iron County, and that circulation will fully be, we think, in the next few minutes across the border and on into Washington County. And once it gets into Washington County, then at least part of the Iron County warning can be discontinued. Let's put a track on that, Jimmy. Moving about 20 to 25 miles per hour to the north and to the northeast, if you will.
Yeah, still a very tight rotation in that.
It is. And same places here. Delbridge, Palmer, Shirley. These are the same spots we talked about earlier. That's going up towards Highway 8. So you're in very rural areas here of Washington County. So I want to come back across the area looking out to the west of us. Look at all the lightning out here. It's over the Ozarks down towards Springfield. This whole area is surging northeastbound, and Springfield's got a few flash flood warnings already posted down there. If we get into a prolonged period tonight where we're going to look at this heavy rain over and over at the same areas, then that's going to raise the flash flood threat through the overnight hours, in addition to this short-term, if you will, severe weather threat that we're dealing with right now. So the tornado warning, the two warnings that we're dealing with, tornado warning in Washington County, Missouri, looks like it's almost, the circulation's almost out of Iron County, and then our severe thunderstorm here in St. Louis County that's moving towards eastern portions of St. Charles County. The city of St. Louis also included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, your hail going up towards the airport, lifting towards 270. And it's raining at the airport right now.
And it does have a considerable damage tag on that with that hail, Scotty. So
what
about
size?
2-inch hail.
They went up to 2-inch hail on that. Yeah, so, we're talking larger than golf balls with this. And, if that goes over the airport and dings up the planes, then a lot of the flights that would have been scheduled for tonight may not happen. All right, I want to put this on just for a second, just to get a quick look at the velocities here. Again, there is some rotation there in and around Bridgeton, but you would expect that when you're getting some of that really large hail at this point. As far as the actual winds go, that actually jumped a little bit there as it went on up to the north. Let me do this, Jimmy. Let's just see very quickly what the terminal Doppler has here, because the terminal Doppler sometimes can give us, it gets updated literally every minute, so it's much faster. And
that hail, by the way, right over Woodson Terrace and St. John, and right on, really at the airport there, approaching the airport as it moves north, right on Interstate 70 here.
Yeah, so here's,
going on.
So the airport is out, the radar, the terminal Doppler's out here in St. Charles looking back in. So if we were going to have rotation in here, it would be something like this. I don't think that doesn't scream to me that there's a tighter rotation heading towards Florissant. But again, if you're up here along 270 and then going north along Lindbergh up towards Florissant, heading up towards Charbonneir Road, heading up towards Blackjack in this area here of North St. Louis County, I'd get inside, definitely away from the windows and doors as this thing is lifting to the north. Because
Scotty, the tornado warning down south, not to interrupt you, but it has turned pink. So that means it's observed.
So they probably...
let's see what happens there. Yes, observed. We have tornado-producing storms 7 miles east of Courtois.
Coataway.
We've got, let's say, southwest of, about 16 miles southwest of Potosi, moving north of 30. Radar confirmed.
Okay, so, and I'm not going to be able to get that with this radar. I'm kind of looking in the St. Louis storm here. Again, the airport getting that. But here's up along Lindbergh, going into North St. Louis County. There is some semblance of some rotation in that area. Now back to the observed, and this is one of those things where we would have expected to see this with this kind of storm.
It's right on the Iron County line and Washington County line, right there.
So confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado down here. That circulation, this is right where we said it was going to be. Highway Double D working its way northward towards State Highway C here. So the circulation, very rural areas just east of Coataway, just to the west of Peoria, moving towards Sunlight, Delbridge. So we give it a little space here. Let's just see if we see it on the, there you go. There's your dropout that popped up. And with the winds,
A little
really
bit of
showed
green
up there.
popping up, yeah. I see that.
So that's where, this is your debris showing up right now. So that's why it's a radar confirmed tornado. Same spot that we were in just a minute ago. And so as you're along, this is State Highway DD going into Washington County. As you're driving along, if you were driving along that, even north of the storm, you would start having, things falling out.
Do you want to
whatever
pop
the
back
debris.
on TV?
We are on TV.
Oh, we've been staying on TV.
I
Okay,
think so.
Good. Okay.
So are we not, Jeffrey? Yes, we are.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because we got tornado warning. So this is here. This is still here. Confirmed, observed tornado warning. Moving to the north. There's your circulation. We can confirm it because we see it on the debris. We can see that debris right here. The radar says we lifted stuff, we've lofted it into the air, and it's up there. And it's not raindrops, it's not hailstones. So this is moving to the north. It's not moving to the north exceedingly fast, and I think it's going to stay to the west of Potosi. But just when you look at this, where that circulation is, and the speed at which it's going, I'm going to pull this up. I'm just going to take it up. You know, it goes up, it stays west of Potosi. And Potosi, you're not in the tornado warning. Now, if this thing continues to maintain its strength as it goes north in this environment and shifts a little bit, or the whole storm essentially reforms, then, you know, we may get Potosi in the warning. But right now, Shirley's more in the warning. And of the utmost importance between Quaker and Sunlight there, along Highway DD, that's where it is most likely that you are going to find some problems and have that circulation on the ground. A lot of other storms in the area moving northbound now, including what's in the St. Louis metro area. Just watching this move to the north. Here's our hail-producing thunderstorm, large hail in St. Louis, up to the size of 2 inches across. That's the size of an egg. That's crossing the Missouri River right now. So while most of that stayed just east of St. Charles, as you're working your way a little farther north here, you may get up in the Orchard Farm area, you may get in on some of that hail as we go in that general direction. Now, the warning does not include Alton per se. It includes West Alton, but not Alton, since it's not in St. Charles County. But this whole storm's lifting to the north.
And that hail core has really gone down, which is great.
Yeah. So the hail cores drop, and you're going to see that. They pulse up and down. This is also moving farther north and more likely into an area that's not quite as humid as what we have in St. Louis, because that front came through. But look at the storms filling in. That's a confirmed tornado. And actually, if anything, looks like it's wrapping around and getting more impressive here down to the south of us. This is now in Washington County, so your tornado warnings in Washington County. Circulation, rotation here is very near Belgrade, off to the west by maybe 5 to 8 miles. And it's moving more towards the north than it is towards the east. So Potosi, you're not in that warning, but here along State Highway DD, west of Sunlight, and then heading on up towards Highway C and eventually towards Highway 8, that's where, as you get closer to Shirley, these are the rural areas here in Washington County where you need to be in your safe place. And a basement's going to be best for this, because as we're looking at this, it almost looks like it's wrapping around and trying to form, you know, kind of a debris ball, if you will. But that's definitely hooking around. The circulation's there. We find even better dropout in our radar confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground. So now that we've gone down to where there's more blue, what that tells us is that there's quite an area right in here where everything that's up in the sky that's being whipped around by those winds is not the same. So it's pieces of some debris, and that continues to be just off to the west of Peoria in Washington County, Missouri, just to the west and southwest of Sunlight, and this is right on Highway Double D. Now, there's not a lot of population down in this area. This area is very much a rural area here, southwest of Potosi. But that is a confirmed tornado at this point, and that storm continues to have its hook there, continues to look very impressive on radar. Let's do this. Now, I'm not going to say that it's going to get as far north as what we're going to drag this into, but we want to give you all as much of an early heads up as we can. So for where that circulation is, and we're going to make this a little broader, and you know, I know Potosi's not in the path of this yet, but I'm going to take it into southeastern parts of Franklin County and western portions of Jefferson County. So this storm that right now is producing a confirmed tornado, we have it confirmed on radar. The radar can tell that debris has been lofted. If it were to hold together, if it were to maintain its strength, if it continues to rotate and produce tornadoes, some of the places in the path of this, and some of these places may sound a bit familiar. Bates Creek Camp, sound familiar? Potosi, places hit by the tornado last month. Aptus, Cruz Mill, getting in towards Richwoods, eventually up here towards Grubville. Okay, again, this includes western portions of Jefferson County and southeastern Franklin County. You're not under a tornado warning yet, but we're stretching this way out so that if this storm maintains its strength, you have plenty of time to take action and get prepared in those areas right now. All right, that's the only reason we stretched it out that far. The imminent areas here are down, pretty just west of Belgrade and just west, the same areas that along Highway Double D here as you're going between Delbridge and Peoria. And again, that circulation looks like it's moving a little farther north. Maybe the hail core got a little farther north too, but we can zoom in and go farther north and right up Highway DD and Highway C. So it looks like if there's something going on right now, it's in this area. That's Slab Road, Old Tiff Mill Road. There's a fire trail there. You're in an area of the Mark Twain National Forest down here where this tornado is right now. And it may be hard to, actually see anything because it's so hilly and you've got all the trees down there. Plus it's after dark. There's State Highway 8, there's the Bates Creek Camp, and there's Potosi. So Bates Creek Camp is in that warning. Shirley is in the tornado warning. Potosi is not yet. We'll see how long this circulation can maintain its strength. It looks like it may be easing a little bit in that image, but in this image, it's still looking pretty good. Maybe not quite as strong as it was, but still looking pretty good.
Yeah, quite a hook on that. And again, like Scotty was saying, it really is moving more due north towards Shirley. So you want to be in your safe spot in Shirley. And it is moving a little bit closer up there to 8. Eventually, it's probably going to cross right over there. And hopefully to the west of Potosi.
All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning here for a few more minutes for St. Louis County, far north St. Louis County. It looks like that hail core has come down some as it's crossing over the Missouri River and going into St. Charles County. Also climbing into, that one is cruising into western portions, northwestern portions of Madison County in Illinois, so up towards Godfrey and Alton. We do have some more storms here that are pretty intense back in the middle part of Missouri. They're definitely heavy rainmakers. I'm not sure how severe they are, but they're definitely heavy rainmakers. There is a warning that boxes up against Gasconade and Montgomery counties right now, so it's getting close to us. Only tornado warning down here in Washington County. The rest of Washington County with that severe thunderstorm warning as this storm lifts to the north. We will watch these storms here that are coming out of Dent County and coming out of Phelps County as they move to the northeast. It would seem that the storms that develop a little farther east here or to the north that didn't have other storms interacting with them were able to take a little more advantage of the ingredients to become slightly stronger, some larger hail, and some rotation within there. These storms back to the west seem to be more of a rainmaker now that we have lost much of the heat of the day. Now, the rest of the area, including St. Louis, all of our area except for Clay County in Illinois is under a tornado watch. Now this is scheduled to run until 3 o'clock Tuesday morning. Traditionally what happens with the tornado watches, and now that I've shown this to you, I'll go back to the radar, but traditionally what happens with the tornado watches is they're issued for an extended period of time, they're going to go till 3 o'clock, but then once we see the severe weather threat ease, and the odds of having severe weather go down, then some counties can get knocked off of that. But we're not going anywhere tonight. We're going to stay with you on 5 Plus, on TV, as long as we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground down here in Washington County, and it's headed for Bates Creek Camp again. We're going to stick with you here tonight. Now, I doubt that during the week, hopefully, most schools haven't really let out for the year, I don't think. But you're getting close to the point where that would be a place where we would be having summer camps and all kinds of fun stuff down there. But hopefully there's not a lot of folks there at the moment. Potosi still under just a severe thunderstorm warning, although I'd say it's a tornado possible kind of severe thunderstorm warning. Our circulation now is not, it's broader, it's not as tight, it's not as strong as it was from a few minutes ago. It's still there, but it's not as strong as it was from a few minutes ago. You look at your winds in here, the other version of that, and yes, there are still some gusty winds. It's still a severe thunderstorm and it's still rotating, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did. The hail doesn't look as impressive as it did. The debris signature is still there, but keep in mind, remember, if a tornado is on the ground and it lifts a bunch of stuff up in the sky, it's going to take a while for that after it's mixed up in the clouds, because it's literally like a blender. It's being tossed around and sometimes it's lofted 10, 15,000 feet in the air. That just doesn't instantaneously come down when you have a bunch of leaves and other stuff that's being blown around.
And
So
Highway
that still shows
32
up there.
and DD, they are reporting some flying debris a little bit around there to the west of Caledonia and south of Belgrade.
Okay, so that was Highway 32 and DD.
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been a long time ago.
Yeah, they said that 2 minutes ago, though. So
Yeah,
not sure.
well, see, that's how long it takes it to get to get in, because that's way down here. And so the storm is now way up there. So our reports, oftentimes the reports lag, and we find that. That's why we're still, you know, so we can say that they've had debris falling out of this from earlier, and that was, you know, that actually probably occurred 20 minutes ago. 15 or 20 minutes ago, and we're just now getting word of it at this point.
So Highway C is where it's over right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's moved farther north. Here's this whole mess coming up. I tell you, once we get done with that severe thunderstorm warning, I'll be perfectly honest with you, Jimmy. As we're looking at this tonight,
Limited, yeah.
there's
warnings.
there are limited of options here for these storms to maintain this kind of strength. I mean, I think we may be looking at, you know, occasionally a gusty storm, or occasionally a storm that rotates, or occasionally a bit of hail. I'm hoping that what we're seeing right now is literally the worst of this, and then we can transition to just the rain, which in of itself can cause its own problems if it doesn't stop. If we have a continuation of heavy rain throughout the overnight hours, which is not out of the question. And that's been one of our other concerns is, you know, what kind of complex are we going to look at ultimately before the night is done? Will this move through? Will it steadily move through? Or will we get stuck in a pattern where we're continually seeing these drenching storms over the same locations over and over? At this point, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, we literally don't know. That tornado warning for this observed tornado, still down here, doesn't include, they haven't expanded it north. They've expanded the severe thunderstorm warning to the north. But Jim, as we've seen, with each passing circulation here, each passing slide, the circulation looks less and less impressive.
Weaker. Yeah, and 14 minutes left on that tornado warning, which is good. So they might let it expire.
Yeah, and they might also go back to it not being an observed tornado, even though, you know, your debris is still on the radar. This is not any kind of rotation like what we were seeing earlier when it was down here in northern portions of Iron County. When it was in northern portions of Iron County, that rotation was, you know, something to write home about. So again, around the metro area, you know, you got that one tornado warning down to the south. We come back into St. Louis. A lot of this light green is ground clutter, but you've got the one warning here. Let me put on just the warnings, Jimmy, because that might make it a little bit easier.
It looks
for
like
folks to
Washington
see.
County. Yeah, there it is.
So Washington County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here in St. Louis County, northern St. Louis City, up into St. Charles County. That storm seems to be weakening. I think they're going to let that expire. You got warnings that are butted right up here against Montgomery and Gasconade County. But really, you know, that's it. And those are the three areas that we're watching. Of course, the storm in Washington County, while Potosi, you're not under the tornado warning, you are under the severe thunderstorm warning with that possibility of a tornado. Now, the other thing is that we look at the flash flood warnings that are farther down to our southwest. those are the areas that have really seen some of the heaviest rainfall. And so it's turned into more of a flash flooding problem now for those folks farther to the west. So that is something that, we are hopeful that that doesn't happen for us tonight, but we're also not confident that we can't rule it out. We have not reached that confidence level to where we say that's not going to be a problem. So the tornado warning continuing down here into Washington County and Missouri. The severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis County, city of St. Louis and St. Charles County has now expired or otherwise been dropped. And as that storm is moving north now into parts, it's up towards Grafton, moving up into Jersey County, northwestern portions of Madison County. It hasn't shown the signs of being severe. Strong storm, yes. Got another strong storm near Innsbruck. There's another one, it's small, but there's another one near St. Peter's and O'Fallon right now, out here in St. Charles County. You got a few more bubbling up down here into Arnold and Monroe County. And then you've got the tornado warned storm down here that is continuing down towards Potosi. And Jimmy, it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning, they let that go. They're leaving that tornado warning up, but honestly,
But the rotation looks weak.
the rotation looks awful.
Which is
So
good.
let's see if we can't, for those of you that are watching on TV, and
Just
I have
screen.
no idea what our programming is tonight, I'm sorry, I honestly don't.
Oh, yes, chef.
Oh, it's
Martha
a guest
Stewart.
chef with Martha Stewart. Well, let's go let her whip some food up. And we'll stay with you on 5+. And if we get additional tornado warnings, we'll pop back in. But hopefully Mother Nature, Martha Stewart, can whip something up better than what Mother Nature's whipping up for us tonight, because it's not working for us. We don't like it. We'll see you on 5+. We'll stay there, and we'll get you back into some cooking programming on Channel 5. Hail.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really know what you got, but I know we've got crews that are responding to that. This is the metro area again. Thunderstorms rolling through. I know we had some large hail. I don't know what the hail reports have looked like.
I haven't seen any
I don't think.
official reports.
Yeah. I don't know that we've had a whole lot of reports, and I don't always have them on because it clutters everything. Let me see. I'll
So
turn that
Woodson Terrace, you said a roof collapsed, or
some kind of roof collapse or building collapse, something along those lines. Let me see what I got here. I
I guess
got the
heavy
wind.
rain can do it.
Yeah. All right. There's the hail reports that we had. Some of the hail reports. So, what's Kirkwood going to come in with? 1 inch Crystal Lake Park. Let's see. What did we get up by the airport? Did we get our 2 inches there? 1.8 inches in St. Anne. Okay. We'll get one more in there. Florissant 1 inch hail. So we know we've had the large hail go through the metro area.
Yeah, St. John a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, St. John in that area. So that's, it is. This is what we've been dealing with the last couple of storms. It's big time hail makers and occasionally a tornado and some gusty winds. So I'm going to pop this down. While that confirmed tornado warning continues down there, I think that storm has really considerably weakened, and we're not at all seeing that kind of circulation that we were seeing down there at all at this point. So it doesn't look concerning at all.
Yeah, the Washington County storm is
Right.
definitely weakening.
Yeah. So I think what we'll do is, Jeffrey, if you want to, is there a way you can pop Max 3 on there? Or maybe Jacob. I don't know if Jacob wants to. No, it doesn't need to be. It could be full screen. And we're gonna take a couple of minutes of break here while we can, because we don't know what's coming, honestly, other than we know it's gonna rain.
You want a traffic map I can find for you?
No, I want Max 3 is looping for
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah, Max 3 is just looping for the web to keep them busy through the overnight while we take breaks. In the event we're actually able to take breaks.
Yeah, there's a new warning just west of Gasconade County, but it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, so hopefully that's
Yeah, I'm.
a weekend.
Yeah, well, the one down. I'm kind of surprised we still have that down there. Okay, so that's working there. Jimmy, hit your mic off, and just actually turn it off, and yeah, we'll take a break. a tornado earlier, a confirmed tornado earlier, has lifted on, but now we have another storm that's down in the south, and it's rotating, and that rotation right now is clearly showing up north of Belgrade, okay? So we have another circulation. It's not a confirmed tornado, but if it does like the last one, it wouldn't take it long to get there. So I just want to give you a quick path on this, and then we'll continue on 5+. But this one's moving more towards the northeast, Aptos, Laddie, eventually getting up to Rich Woods here. But Potosi, you are also in the path of this. Potosi right in here. And of course, there's Bakes Creek Camp, where you just had that one go to your west. You also had one a month ago. So if this thing continues to rotate and strengthens, then we could see another repeat performance where we can have a tornado that's on the ground. Right now, we are not seeing that, but it is a tightening rotation a bit. And so this time, since the path does more so include areas just west of Potosi, Shirley again, and then on to the north, it's a whole different section of Washington County that has a tornado warning. So we're going to get back over to 5+ here in a second. But again, as we switch back and just kind of look at this, here's what we've got with this rotating. It is a southern storm now. This is the one that is rotating that has a potential to produce a tornado warning. And also another one that's rotating here over. This just came in around Cuba. And so that's lifting to the north. So all these storms have that potential of creating a quick tornado. There's the rotation towards Cuba that we can see here. So it's lifting more north than it is to the east. So now you have multiple tornado warnings. Crawford County and into Washington County for both of those tornado warnings. And I'm just going to back out a little bit to see if we see anything else, because things are popping on us pretty quickly. What went through St. Louis earlier, and we still have some thunderstorms, not severe now. This up here in Greene and Jersey counties in Illinois, not severe. The storms that have come out of Jeff City, those look a little rough. We'll watch those, but right now, tornado warning. North central portions of Crawford County, and a tornado warning here for central and northern portions of Washington County. Both of these storms down to the south and southwest of St. Louis have circulations with them. Take a look at the wind field. There's our circulation here down to the south and southwest of Potosi. So most likely, I can't guarantee it, but most likely that's going to stay just west of Potosi. Now the circulation over by Cuba, it's not in the best angle from a radar vantage point, but when you're looking at it, that circulation is going to be very close to or just east of downtown Cuba, and likely going between Cuba and Bourbon to cross Highway 44. So we gave you a track on the storm a few minutes ago that was moving out of Washington County. Here's your Crawford County track, and again, kind of taking it up into Franklin County, just to give you an early heads up. There's your Strain and J-Pan areas by a little bit after 10 o'clock. Argo and Hofflands here, as well as Leesburg. So you're down in float country territory, down here on 44, Highway 19. That's where that circulation is. Jim Castillo's here with me tonight. We continue to track these storms. Those are our two tornado warnings that we have right now, the only two. They're not confirmed at this moment, so we're going to send you back to regular programming, but we'll keep looping on 5+ and keep you updated on what's going on. The rest of what we see coming into the metro area, so far we don't see anything spinning. We did have some hail, but so far we don't see anything spinning in the metro area. This area down to the south of St. Louis, obviously the areas to watch, and we'll do just that as they continue to push towards St. Louis. It's 9:40. We will see you at 10 o'clock on 5 on Your Side at 10.
Yeah, apparently it was a voice finale.
That's all right. It's on tomorrow. It's on tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay, good. It's not just.
They rerun it again. So if
External.
there is a break, what time is our headline, Steve?
Hello, Mike.
Okay. And I'll be at the BAM. Because that's pretty much what's going on right now. All right. Okay. Okay, does he see it now? Okay, so two tornado warnings. The one right now that we're looking at down here in Crawford County doesn't look overly impressive. The one that's out here west of Potosi, once again towards Bates Creek Camp, that one is the one of greatest concern. Bates Creek Camp over to Shirley. These two areas harder hit recently with other tornadoes, and that looks like it continues to strengthen. If I look at my turbulence there, I don't think we're going to see a lot of hail. We don't. When we do the wind and then kind of in there, it still looks pretty impressive in there. And if we look at the debris, while we're not seeing it right now, it would not surprise me that in the next frame or two, we're probably going to catch some debris in here from this thing hitting the ground. So it's not confirmed on the ground at this point, but for northern, just west of Potosi, going into northern portions of Washington County, this is an area certainly to watch, and just kind of drawing that up as this is lifting almost due north, Laddie, Aptus, and Richwoods. Eventually that's going to get into Jefferson County, and it's going to get into parts of Franklin County as well. Again, we don't have any confirmation on that, but it's certainly there. Now this circulation's not as impressive out here in Crawford County. I mean, it's still here, but it's not as impressive as what you look down here. This is much more impressive. But those are our two areas of circulations. You can clearly tell the tighter one is the one that is near Bates Creek Camp right now. And that's the one lifting to the north, that if there's going to be a tornado, most likely that's where it's going to be. The one in Cuba looks like it's a ways away from maybe touching down at this point. I don't see anything that really stands out there that looks like it's an overly tight circulation. As far as what's in the rest of the area, those are our 2 tornado warnings. Again, Crawford, Washington counties, southwest of St. Louis. I feel like we've been down this road so many times this year, Jimmy. Yeah. And so he's got the puppy in tonight because, you know, the puppy doesn't like the storm, so he's happy here. But there is the storm in Potosi is an interesting looking storm. It's a very interesting looking storm when you kind of just look at it and how it kind of is swinging there and that circulation. It doesn't look like it's overly strong, and yet there is that, you know, indication of a circulation there. Now, it just weakened considerably, as you just saw. You know, you pull it back and you go forward. You pull it back and you go forward. You've got a lot of gate-to-gate shear and then not so much. So let's watch that storm over in Cuba. That's still a broad circulation, but again, it doesn't look like it's a tight circulation at this point. And, you know, on the radar, it's super, super messy in here when you look at this in the radar mode. Super messy because you got a lot of storms in here together. So we're kind of in the thick of things right now. We've got a whole lot going on in terms of rainfall on the Missouri side of the river, and then just some on the Illinois side. It's not nearly as much on the Illinois side. Now, I got to be honest, I'm not sold on there being a tremendous amount of severe weather with this tonight. It just doesn't seem like that is the flavor of the way this is going tonight. I think you're going to have some strong storms, and you're getting some in our rural areas down to the south and southwest of St. Louis right now. But I don't think we're looking at anything that's incredibly dramatic right now. All right, let me get over here. When your app tells you it's raining, thank you. So as I look, southwestern Adams County, tornado warning for northwestern Pike County in Illinois canceled. So I'm just kind of looking.
I don't think my mic's on, and that's okay because that's why I'm not talking. Hey.
Okay.
Easy.
That's right.
Hannibal storm. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. That was pretty strong.
Hopefully, don't you expect these to weaken?
Tornado warning is canceled for northwestern Crawford County, it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. That thing, I could see where the rotation was, but then it fell apart. And I still don't see I see where the rotation is on the storm down in Potosi, but I also see that it's really weakened considerably here in the last couple of frames. It's negligible. So my gut tells me that we may get through, you know, we're not going to have a massive tornado. The environment's not favorable for a massive tornado like we had the other night. Right. So there's that. It's like a version of Maple. It's the Chihuahua version of me. All right, so from now until, really now until 3 o'clock, we got our tornado watch in effect. Again, everything technically is possible. I don't know that, I don't see that the tornado threat is an imminent threat, even though we have this tornado warning down here. It is not overly impressive. We just saw one canceled. Some of these storms are going to rotate. Very few of them would likely produce severe weather. At least that's what it looks like at this point. That's not to say they won't. It's just that very few of them would likely do that. Let me go to SPC.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's go to the. I want to look. I'm over here looking at a couple of things. While you kind of do this, let's
Only
just.
one morning, which is good. And
Yeah, we only have one morning.
that doesn't look
And
impressive.
actually, the bulk shear kind of slides off in the next couple hours and goes down. The surface-based cape, we've reached our maximum on that. And now that it's raining, that ought to ixnay that out. So that's good. You know, I'm still not sold, Jimmy, on this being a really huge problem. Now I am looking. We did have. Yeah, I mean, we are in a favorable environment for these storms to spin some, and we will be through the night, but it's going to be really hard for that to be a big problem, I think. I mean, that's just me. So
The Crawford County storm is really falling apart, no longer showing rotation. We've canceled the tornado warning.
Well, good.
The storm over Washington County has merged with the storm of, to its north and has weakened.
Yep.
But it is still rotating. So the tornado warning continues in Washington County.
Okay. So they actually did peak tornado for us of 120 to 150 on the watch, and winds of 65 to 80 miles per hour. And I kind of think that may be a little bit on the high side. That's from the Storm Prediction Center, what they were saying. So technically one tornado warning in effect. It's definitely not an imminent thing as best we can tell, nor has it been.
Lay down.
Got cell mergers ongoing, and then bam, away they go. One minute to the headlines, everybody. So if you're watching on 5+, we will go into, we will do our weather in on 5+ too, and then at the end of 10:30, we're probably gonna. And Jim, I think he's telling. Did you turn your mic off? Like physically turn it off?
No, I think it's on still.
Oh, well, then you should turn it off.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's do it. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, you don't need to. No, Jacob can hear you. Yeah. There's one storm that's prompted a tornado warning in central and northern portions of Washington County and Missouri. Not an imminent threat. The circulation's not that tight. There are other showers and thunderstorms we're dealing with tonight. We are tracking next as our weather impact alert continues. All right. So let me start here. So I wonder, Jimmy, I haven't really looked at the model guidance here. Yeah, I would not have. Yeah. Well, I would go with that one. I would have, that circulation was worthy of a warning. This circulation is so not. Okay, down. Oh, the lightning has let up a lot to our southwest, it looks like to me. So that's good news. Let's pull this on. I don't. Let me see here. Yeah, we're gonna do a normal cast. Okay. Yeah, I just don't. Most unstable.
See, I thought I was concerned about this line.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of merging and they're all discombobulated. the storm down into Iron County, but this one has tightened up just a little bit, and so we have this tornado warning in effect. I'm going to pull it back just for a couple of scans here, and you can kind of watch and see that thing tighten up and why they issued the warning farther north, because you do have a bit more of a circulation as it's approaching Richwoods. So if you're in this area, we want you inside, away from windows and doors, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, it is a pretty tight area, and there's a new tornado warning for a southern portion of that storm. Let's kind of go out for that and see what that one's about. That looks like the same spot that we keep having them come up, this one down here towards Belgrade. This is about the third one between Belgrade and Sunlight. That circulation right here is along State Highway DD and State Highway C. This is the area where we had the confirmed tornado by radar earlier tonight, and you had some debris falling out of the sky in this area. This circulation, not tight, but it's starting to increase here. And so the National Weather Service just issuing a new tornado warning for that. So now this is the, I guess, the fourth or fifth tornado warning we've had down in Washington County tonight. And Kelly and Mike, I'm going to get back to you in just a couple of minutes and let you, go through a couple of your news stories as well. But this circulation's near Richwoods, moving into an environment that's semi-conducive for tornadoes. It doesn't look like it's an environment that's capable of producing a very large tornado like what we saw on Friday that came through St. Louis. Again, a similar situation down here with that storm that's going to track close to Potosi or once again towards Bates Creek Camp as it moves to the north along Highway 8. These storms are also merging with other storms, and it's a very messy storm mode right now. That also tends to lend us to believe that these storms are going to have some trouble maintaining their circulations and intensity. Having said that, the one I'd be concerned about right now is this one that's near Richwoods that's heading towards Grubville. If you're inside, away from windows and doors, and in your safe place, and you're north of Belgrade as that moves through the Mark Twain Forest, you're in pretty good shape for now. We'll send it back over to you guys, and we'll see you in just a couple of seconds.
Okay, Scott. Well, tonight an investigation is underway after a child died at a St.
That's what's showing up just east of Richwood. But again, we go into this, and as I zoom in for you, it's in a really remote and rural area here that's along State Highway H. This is just off to the west of Fletcher, and it's going to the north, so it's moving almost north. You know, if we take this, it goes almost straight to the Franklin-Jefferson County line over the course of the next few minutes, and that's taking it a little farther to the north, up towards Highway WW, and eventually up here towards the Grubbville area. So again, these are the areas where you need to be in your safe place at this point. That is not a particularly strong indication of debris aloft, but at least it's showing something at this point, and it kind of matches with where that circulation is. Your winds circulating, that dangerous twisting within the storm showing up right there. Now, we're going to put this back on, and you can look at this and you say, well, that's not the most impressive storm I've ever seen. And you are exactly right. When you're looking at this, there is a bit of a hook here. It doesn't otherwise look like it's an overly impressive storm. It's not that intense as far as hail goes, as far as winds outside of that circulation. It's just that the environment here south of St. Louis is somewhat more favorable to get that twisting of the wind and to get the potential of a tornado. So again, if you're up towards Grubbville, if you're heading up towards Highway 30 here, right along the Jefferson County, Franklin County line, that's where you should be in your safe place at this point. So we just got a new scan in there. Going to kind of look at things again. The debris is showing up a little bit better now. Remember, we have a bunch of leaves now on the trees, so we're able to see more of that up. Back in the winter, back at the beginning of March, we didn't have as much tree, so when you were seeing debris showing up on radar, it was really something else. All right, there is another tornado warning farther to the south, going south of the Richwood storm. This is the one down towards Potosi right now. It also has some circulation with it. When we look at this, the circulation's much broader. It's not as well defined. Now, we had an earlier storm that was down here that had quite the defined circulation, had quite the defined tornado debris signature showing up on the radar. We're not seeing that here, and that's good. We don't want to see that. Again, this area farther south of St. Louis, and of course you're down here in the Mark Twain National Forest, Bates Creek Camp's in the path of that storm too, which is about the umpteenth time this spring that Bates Creek Camp has had storms in the vicinity that have been pretty intense and severe. Otherwise, these storms don't look like they're producing much in the way of wind or hail. It looks like we're just getting that circulation at just the right spot. Now, I want to come back up into the metro area. For those of you in the metro area, which is most of us, we've been watching all of this lift to the north. We've had a couple of heavier storms, a couple of severe storms too. We've had some large hail. We had a patch of hail that went along Lindbergh, between Lindbergh and 270 from about Kirkwood up to St. John. But this storm now that's going through Jersey County, part of St. Charles County, northwestern portions of Madison County, that has a little hail with it, maybe some wind. Doesn't have any rotation. There are other thunderstorms around St. Louis and across the river into the Metro East, including in areas of Madison County that were hit by the tornado on Friday. They're having to deal with some rain, not especially strong winds. We look farther to the south. These storms coming out of south central Missouri, they're pretty intense right now. There are severe thunderstorm warnings farther down to the south, but that's more of a line, so that would be more of a wind threat. However, we have these storms out ahead of that line that may work over the atmosphere and may prevent that line from becoming a bigger problem. So with that in mind, we got our two tornado warnings, one for that storm that's close to and now moving right along the county line here between Jefferson County and Franklin County in Missouri. We've got the tornado watch for the rest of the area. That's going to run until 3 o'clock. I suspect once we get that line a little farther to the east, by midnight or so, it's probably going to get canceled for St. Louis. But between now and 3 o'clock, we're in our weather impact alert. with all hazards continuing to be possible. The area down to the south here, as you see this line, continuing to kind of fill in, but everything is sliding eastbound. We may get into somewhat of a heavier rain situation here later tonight, but I'm not sure that we're going to get into a lot of flooding. I want to show you the futurecast because at 1 o'clock in the morning, the worst of the storms, all indications are they're pushing east of St. Louis and continuing to move out of here. And then during the morning hours tomorrow, we may have a few more, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, but they're more of heavy rainmakers. And then after that, it's pretty quiet going through much of the rest of the day until we get to about midday tomorrow. And then we have the potential of seeing some stronger storms develop once again, especially from St. Louis to the east. So that's why we have our area for tomorrow under a weather impact alert and continuing it through tomorrow. So just going back to the storms that we're dealing with right now, they're moving through the metro area, but the storms in Metro St. Louis proper are not causing severe weather. But the storms just to our south are in fact strong to severe. And we just got a new severe
And right now, at the moment, we don't have any warnings in St. Louis. But boy, it is lightning and also very heavy rain is coming down. Let me show you the tornado watch that's in effect until 3 a.m. in this area here. We may actually see part of this canceled. We're hoping as we get towards midnight, maybe a lot of this storm energy will relax a little bit. But like Scotty said, each time one of these storms nudges out a little bit, we get a little spin in here. And that's likely causing a little bit of rotation. And we still have that observed tornado, again, in western portions and really just a small slither of Jeffco and southeastern Franklin County. So that's the only spot that we've had a little bit of debris showing up. And like Scott said, likely that is from leaves that are being blown around.
I think, you know, now we have leaves on the trees, which we didn't have, which they get, you know, ripped off the tree and lifted up and we can see it better. But also the fact that we have leaves on the trees means the trees have more resistance to put up against that wind. So your wind is more likely to knock branches. We're just waiting for that one gust to come from just the right direction. This is along Route 3, Great River Road here. We're up in northwestern portions of Madison County. This is the storm that came out of the northern part of the metro area, out of St. Charles County, now rolling here along and into Jersey County. It is generally off to the east of the Illinois River and north of the Mississippi River, but this is the one where the Weather Service is saying, hey, we're watching this for the potential of some rotation. We can see some stronger winds here that are showing up over the bluffs. In fact, as you look at that, I'll get in a little bit closer. I don't know that there's much of a rotation there, but that's Elsa Road, and of course, the Great River Road, Route 3, Moody Lane, Green Acres Road, and then Cemetery Road. There's Illinois 109 right there. But there's probably some wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles per hour in that area. But the rotation in and of itself in this area has not really intensified any, so we're not thinking that that's a huge problem. It is going to be, you know, a storm with some gusty winds, some heavy rainfall, and we're dealing with that as it continues to push north through Jersey County. The rest of the metro area, now looking over in Granite City, pouring in Wilson Park, all the way over towards just coming in to the areas that were hit by that tornado that went from Richmond Heights through St. Louis over to Edwardsville. So now you're dealing with that heavier rain sliding in there, but no indication in here, as we look at the winds in here, nothing to indicate that there's any kind of big rotation or something that's a problem in terms of spinning winds at this point with that system. Back into the metro area, we come back down into southwest St. Louis County. You're getting some heavy rain in Wildwood. This confirmed tornado warning down here for southeastern portions of Franklin County and into Jefferson County. You look at the winds, there's no tornado on the ground with this now. There's just absolutely no way, not with that kind of rotation.
Right.
So it happened. We know it picked up, the winds picked up something, got up in the air. There's really not much of that still left showing up on the debris tracker. And so that no longer is really a problem for us right now in that area. We go a little farther to the south. You still got a little rotation here just to the north of Potosi, near Old Mines. But again, this is kind of
tight,
broad. Yeah, it's not particularly tight. So I don't know that, you know, there's nothing there that makes me want to say that's a huge problem. Remember, all of these storms are strong, so we're inside away from our windows and doors, and we're wearing our shoes. Or if you're watching, you know, if you went to bed, you got the TV on, or you're watching on the 5 on Your Side app, and, you know, you're lying in bed, just have your shoes beside the bed, so if you have to get up and run somewhere, and there actually is some damage somewhere, you've got your shoes on. Now, we get along this leading edge here, this is where it starts getting problematic. So, Jimmy, we kind of look there. There's our reflectivity. We go over to our winds, and you see a couple of
strong winds,
little notches there. So there's at least some circulations at the leading edge of these storms, this line of storms that's coming in down here. The storms themselves do not look overly impressive. And now we're getting, when you get down here, you're getting really to the far reaches of where the radar can see everything. But there's some spots down here where you have circulations and you have the potential of seeing quick spin-up tornadoes. Now they're going to be over very rural areas here going through the rest of the night for the next hour or so. But as this line advances on to the east, any of these storms down here, as they nudge out, they're capable of kicking off one of those quick spin-up tornadoes. Usually they don't last for more than 4 or 5 minutes, but then as we go through, the rest of the storm cycle, they kind of shift, and then that rotation moves somewhere else along the line. So while we don't see this as being a big tornado producer, it may produce some quick little spin-ups. This storm that's down here right now near Old Mines doesn't look impressive. We don't have to worry about this storm that's in Franklin and Jefferson County at the moment with that particular warning. There's just next to no circulation with that warrants a problem on that at this point. And I really, I'm looking at all these storms and I can see, you've got some winds in there, but that doesn't
Not
look like it's,
impressive at all. Yeah.
It's markedly unimpressive.
Right.
Is really what it is. Now, having said that, Jim, we always like to put a kind of a caveat on everything. This area down to the south and east of St. Louis, this area is a little more conducive to the potential of creating that spin within the atmosphere. And so now you've got another tornado warning for that circulation that's Old Mines. I'll take this off. So now your phones are probably going off across a good chunk of Jefferson County, because they're going to take that up and I think part of the warning strategy here at this point for this storm is we're thinking it's bedtime. We don't want people to go to sleep while there's a potential we could have something going on. So this one is going to go for pretty much a good chunk of Jefferson County, including Arnold, including Cedar Hill, including Hillsborough, including High Ridge. Now, for what storm, we're going to find out. Yes, I have a new severe thunderstorm warning for somebody. Jersey, Macoupin, Green, and Madison, Illinois. Okay, that's probably for what's lifting northeast in the metro area. So that circulation down here that was near Old Mines has moved on up, still looking strong enough and tight enough there. And given the environment, it's a concern. That's why they issued this tornado warning. And
Not
the other thing,
seeing a ton of tight rotation at all anywhere, really.
no, it's right there on the line, basically on the Washington and the Jefferson, the St. Francis County line where that is. And that's going to move pretty much along, maybe just west of Highway 21. I think, and we're just guessing here, but I think part of this is because that line coming in from the west is trying to nudge this along.
Kind of merging with it?
Yeah, it's pushing this storm a little faster, maybe helping it rotate a little bit better. So if we take this up, and again, I'm giving you a pretty tight rotation area here. I'm not broadening out the track. I'm trying to keep it really tight so that those of you that need to be concerned about it are concerned about it, and those of you that don't, you don't really need, like Festus, you don't need to worry about this. But where Cottage Farm, Hillsborough, Cedar Hill, Scottsdale, Burns Mill, Antonia, High Ridge, and eventually it gets up, Murphy is in St. Louis County and Valley Park, St. Louis County, so it eventually gets up into the St. Louis County side. But by then, I doubt the circulation is still rotating quite like it is right now. And again, it's not the most impressive circulation that we've ever seen, but there are some stronger winds kind of rotating around this particular system. So for the rest of Jefferson County here, because of this rotation, and this warning is in addition to the warning that was issued before that should be expiring any second now, you're basically looking at this coming up Highway 21. Again, fairly rural areas. Now I think we got a new warning. Did we get a new warning in the metro? It's up here for this cell. So this one, Jimmy, is the one that they watching on the hail and some gusty winds. So they took this from northeast Madison County, Jersey County, and then over into portions of Macoupin County and southeastern portions of Greene County. Looks like this is mainly hail or wind. We'll track this at about 30 miles per hour and pull it northeast. So the path of this, Medora, Chesterfield, Illinois, Hageman, up to Bird, Kemper's in there too, Fidelity. So you've got some places there. That's for that warned storm. That's north of the metro area. Yes, it is pouring in Edwardsville now, pouring all along 270 into North St. Louis County, pouring out in the Chesterfield Valley, out into St. Charles. What we're seeing in St. Charles is not severe. What we're seeing around St. Louis is not severe. It's a pretty ugly radar screen, to be honest.
The model did a good job of showing how much storm activity we would have at this time, right?
Yeah, the models did really show a lot of the storm action and the fact that it was, a large amount of it. But by the same token, it's not your typical severe weather setup tonight because we don't have all of the ingredients lining up. The areas south and southeast of St. Louis are, in fact, a little more favorable for the potential for things to spin. But if we get this line to get through here, once this line, which is catching up with some of these more individual areas, clusters of cells, once that pushes everything off to the north and east, and this actually, if you just stand back, okay, we're going to stand back together and take a look at this, you can almost see that this is starting to try to do its own little twisting thing. You're going to end up with this becoming a complex of storms, and this is going to end up being one big area that tomorrow goes off to the northeast of us and creates problems for somebody else, and not so much us. But it's essentially trying to create its own disturbance and its own spin. And because it becomes such a large system, that's what's happening with this system right now. And that's how these systems roll in the springtime. We get these mesoscale convective complexes. So tornado warning here. It feels like we've talked a lot about tornado warnings this spring. And I'm pretty sure we're not done with them yet. But also, as I look at this, the good news is that none of these storms stand out as being really
And no
so
longer
intense.
observed tornadoes anywhere, and any of these warnings any longer, which is good.
I mean, you just don't see anything that stands out. This is the storm that's in Jefferson County. There's some rotation there, but it doesn't scream big spin and big problems. And I don't know about you, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And then we look, down along this. Now, there's a couple of spots here that do have our attention, and one of those is going to be right there towards Cuba, which technically I don't think, unless we just added you, I guess I did maybe did add Cuba. They just did add that northern part of the line because of what you're seeing here. That caught our eye. And you also have a little bit that's there near Oak Hill. Both of those kind of indications that there's something going on there and some spin. But again, as these storms push in along 44 with that band, these are the quick-hitting, fast-moving, generally small tornadoes that they don't last very long at all. So Crawford, Washington, Franklin counties, that's why we've got this larger tornado warning basically along this entire line here. It's it's along this wavy line, because embedded within that you got one there, one there, one there, and there's one down here. So
Yeah, a
you've
lot of
got
spin going
yeah,
on.
you got a lot of little spinning going on in there, and they're not huge. They're not going to last for an extended period of time, but they are moving through pretty quickly. Now, I would say maybe they're weakening, but then I look at the radar, and here we are. It's pouring right now at the radar site in Weldon Springs, so that means we're attenuating some. So what I want to do is see if maybe the Paducah radar is, they don't have any rain in Paducah. So if we look at it from Paducah, we don't get the best view, but we still see some pretty good storms there. But we can see these storms are still holding together from a Paducah radar standpoint here, that are coming in from the southwest, whereas from the St. Louis radar, it looked like they might be starting to diminish some. Well, doesn't really look like that from this radar. Sometimes you get that rainfall attenuation. And I think you'd also get some of that attenuation looking out of Springfield here too, because there's an awful lot of rain coming up 44 into that line, but it still doesn't show that line weakening at all. So again, for those of you watching in the metro area, in St. Charles, heavy rainfall. Now, you do have a wavy line out here into Montgomery County, up into Pike County. It's a little wavy. So it wouldn't surprise us if you had something that would try to spin out there either. And that's going to try to come into Warren County. But what we're seeing right now, this is mostly just heavy rain. There might be a little bit of hail and gusty winds up there as you go into parts of Macoupin County and over into Jersey County. And then farther to the south, you've got your cell with some rotation down here into Jefferson County, more of the individual cell, although it's a very messy storm. And then kind of wavy along the line that's coming up 44 right now from southeastern portions of Missouri. So just to stop this, and there's a lot to digest here, everything along this line, which stretches west of Lesterville up to about Viburnum, goes up here just to, just east of St. James, and then up towards Drake. Everything along and to the east of that, that's a wavy line. That's where we've got the embedded chance of brief spin-up tornadoes. Okay, so they're all going to be brief. None of that's going to last very long, and most likely doesn't cause a lot of damage. Now, this separate tornado warning here, as we look down into Jefferson County, we will inspect this a little closer to see if we see anything. And right now, we don't see anything looking at the radar
Rotation.
that stands out as being too overly dramatic. You still have some gusty winds.
And again, family members down in Jeffco said, of course, obviously, there it is, the tornado warning. So their phones went off, and I was just texting them and saying that right now we're not really seeing tight rotation, but take precautions just in case. And that tornado warning will continue in that Jefferson County area. So again, this is most of Jefferson County. Arnold, your phones went off all the way through High Ridge and Burns Mill. But there's a lot of lightning and a lot of rain. And again, we're not really seeing any observed tornadoes on the ground any longer, which is great news, but numerous areas of spin, Scotty, that we've been seeing on the radar.
Yeah, and we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning up here that's Bowling Green, so Pike County, Missouri, over to Pike County, Illinois, northern portions of Calhoun County. There is a little surge there, so it's mostly wind. We added the lightning in, and of course, I don't think too many people are really going to sleep in this kind of noisy night. Look at this over Madison County. Tremendous amount of lightning strikes here. You got a tremendous amount of lightning out here into St. Charles, West St. Louis County, and then it is just illuminated tonight as you go down into Jefferson County. Just tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning there. So very intense electrical storms. Interesting to note, though, that along this line that's coming in that has prompted these little nudges where you've got the potential for quick spin up tornadoes all along that line. It's very interesting that the amount of lightning is not as impressive there, say, as compared with this storm that's in Jefferson County. We zoom into the storm, and this is the storm that, you know, theoretically could produce a tornado. There's some circulation in there, but once again, the circulation does not look overly impressive from a radar standpoint. However, in this particular area, in the last 15 minutes, it looks like we're running 300 to 400, maybe as high as 600 lightning strikes, cloud to ground lightning strikes. So that is pretty impressive. As you look at the radar here, once again, we keep periodically trying to go into our Doppler winds to look to see if we see anything that looks especially concerning, and we don't. You know, there's some broad rotation in there, and to be honest, a couple of times tonight we've had that tighten up a little bit, and we know we were able to get it to touch down a little bit because we could see the debris signature pop up, but that has not happened recently. Now, as we go down here along this line, this is that line that's coming across Crawford County right now. There's Steelville. So again, you're out here in no man's land. You're actually, this is some of the prettiest country. You go float trip down here, you know, down over the Merrimack, just gorgeous around the Huzab. And there you go. You've got a couple of areas where you've got some surges. And so in those surges, you may have some really quick spin up tornadoes. But by the same token, there's no guarantee that you're getting that, or that if you do, it's causing a lot of damage. And just to kind of give you a perspective of what this looks like from just the radar with the warnings only, no radar. These are our warnings right now that we have. And let me go back just a little bit farther out. So we have the tornado warning here in Jefferson County. Again, the circulation is not overly defined. It doesn't look like it's all that tight, but it's an environment that's somewhat favorable for the development of tornadoes. So that's why we have that tornado warning in effect. Then we have this line of thunderstorms that's coming in, and it's a wavy line. It's got lots of little nudges on it. Anytime one of those nudges pushes out, it can spin up a brief tornado. So all along that line, there's the potential we could have some tornadoes. So that's southwestern parts of Franklin County, southern portions of Gasconade County, through Crawford County, southwestern Washington County, northern Iron County, and northern Reynolds County. And then we have our two severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect here. Technically a third one, because there is a severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions of Reynolds County. But going up here into parts of Jersey County, Greene County, and into Macoupin County, that storm may have some gusty winds and hail. And the storm that's up into Pike County, Missouri, going over into northern Calhoun County and into portions of Pike County, Illinois, may be producing some damaging wind gusts too. This is what it looks like on the radar screen right now. I'll take the warnings off, take all the polygons off, and we'll just watch this thing move. That's pretty ugly. I mean, there's a lot of colors on this screen. There's a tremendous amount of rain. There are no, what I would say, imminent large tornadic thunderstorms. There's no individual supercell tornadoes like we were looking at last Friday with the storm that came over St. Louis. From that standpoint, that's a really good thing, right? But what we do have is we have a lot of individual storms along that line, or within that line, a lot of little individual spin-ups and surges that could create a tornado. And then we got a couple of these storms that are a little more frisky than others because they do have some rotation in them. And one of those is right now across a good chunk of Jefferson County. And that's where we still have that tornado warning there. And really, that's the storm that if there was going to be a problem, we would be more concerned with something happening here. You know, that's broad circulation around Hillsborough, very broad circulation around Hillsborough. So it's not tight. And you would have to get it to tighten up and twist substantially for it to be a problem. And we're just not seeing that. at this point.
And you were talking about, Scotty, that we're seeing so much thunderstorm activity now. We're getting that heavy rain. So up in Quincy, there's actually a water rescue going on right now, and that seems to be exactly what's beginning to happen. And there's just too much rain too quickly at this point.
Yeah, and I think that could be, that could be another thing that we're dealing with here as time goes on. And I'm hoping our rain, because you do have a good deal of rain behind this. I'm just kind of looking down here at this line. I think Melissa just posted something in
She did, didn't she? Right there.
chat
Yeah.
there.
So
the white
Steelville
and
to
red
Centerville to Eminence.
So it's basically that northwest to southeast orientation part of the line. So what the Weather Service is, a lot of this is, and we actually, the good news is we have a really great Weather Service office here in St. Louis. So they're looking at this part of this line where the orientation's more northwest to southeast, because that's a more favorable, given the other environmental parameters, that's a more favorable area to get something to spin up. But they actually do a lot of the research on things, on the different storms that we have. Like this one could be a case study, but if you look right now, you'd say, okay, I got a surge coming across here, I got a surge coming across there, there's one that's there. Those are the favorable areas perhaps where you might be able to spin something up. But then you go back and you look, and while that does show up in our wind product here, the circulations that are down here in Jefferson County, and I think there's more than one. There's the one there, and there might be one up towards Cedar Hill, but none of those look overly
Tight. Right.
tight or impressive at this point. So,
Yeah, no observed tornadoes, thank goodness, at this point.
yeah.
A lot of warnings.
Yeah, a lot of warnings tonight, and, we want you all to be safe, so we're going to be here. This is what we do. Seems like, I don't know, Jimmy, just feel like we've been here a lot this spring.
We live here, don't we?
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
what was that? Yeah, okay.
Jeffrey, you're still here. Thank you.
Jeffrey is the
Thank you for
master
staying
in
with
the
us.
control room now. We've switched out. We've got our control room squared away here for the evening. So we're not going anywhere until the storms decide that they are going to ease up and not be a problem.
And quit spinning.
And once they quit spinning. And to be honest, they don't. I mean, Jim, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
And you're looking at it. And we can see that they are intense storms. I mean,
Yes.
it's pouring out here.
Lots of lightning.
There's lots of
rain.
lightning. It's pouring. There's some gusty winds. But when it comes to severe weather, most of these storms are falling short of that for us tonight, and that's a good thing. But we still have some rotation, we still have some spin that we're having to deal with. And you've got this one line that's now coming out of Gasconade County through almost into the southwest corner of Franklin County, and then stretching down towards Viburnum. As that line, especially this part that's kind of tilted here, more on a northwest to southeast tilt, as that's lifting in, you have the potential that you're going to spin something up there. And that's why the National Weather Service has put up those tornado warnings for those particular storms there. We had the spin earlier in southern portions of Jefferson County. As that storm continues to lift to the north, it doesn't look overly impressive at this point. And Jim, I think we're going to be here for a little while as we monitor these storms. Even though the severe threat right now doesn't look overly imminent, we do have that watch in effect for a while.
And notice, Scotty, that, again, when that line that you've been pointing out near Sullivan is now to the east of Phelps County, Phelps County is no longer in the tornado watch. So behind that little surge that Scott's been showing, again, they're thinking maybe that there's not going to be a problem with tornadoes, at least in Phelps County. But the rest of the area, tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. And we're going to stay here until that threat is gone. Several tornado warnings out there right now. And we've got it from anywhere from really Sullivan, and also you've got looks like Oak Hill, Gerald, Cuba, all in these tornado warnings. Viburnum, Belgrade, Lesterville, a little bit of spin all over the place, Scotty.
Yeah, and I think the emphasis seems to be a little bit of spin because it doesn't really look like it's overly dramatic. Now, this storm in Jefferson County, if I've got to put, and this has evolved. These are like continually evolving storms. But I think, you look down here into southern portions of Jefferson County, and east of Hillsborough, it looks like you've got more of a wind there. But then we put on we have some circulation in here, it looks like, for sure. But I don't know just how tight that's going to be. So they've got a Pike and Calhoun County.
Up in Pike County, Missouri, northern Calhoun County, but just a little slither of Pike County and northern Calhoun County in Illinois. So that's the newest tornado warning. Again, rotation noted in those cells up there, but no confirmation of any tornadoes.
Yeah, I think
Just some spin.
And it looks like we've got a new tornado. We have two new tornado warnings. Okay, all along this line for most of Iron County into southwestern parts of St. Francis County, the rest of Washington County, and into Franklin County. You've got them all along this line here for that Boeing segment where it's that surging segment. All right, so that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And then we go up to the north and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning or a new tornado warning that is for this surging segment here that's near Louisiana that's about ready to cross the river and go over towards Atlas. And if we look at the velocity there, and this ought to be different because it is, yeah, that surge is right there towards Louisiana.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
So here's where we're looking at that. So if there is a tornado, it would be very close to Louisiana right now and crossing over the river and into Pike County, Illinois. So once it would get into Pike County, Illinois, and out of your area here of Calhoun County, then it would be out of our viewing area. Now, Clarksville technically is still in this tornado warning, but clearly that circulation right now, much more defined in and around the Louisiana area. Now we go back down into Jefferson County. We just kind of went and straight jumped down and still looking at this storm around Hillsborough, but I don't think that's tightened up too much there. We back it up a little bit. And maybe it has tightened up a little bit, but not a lot. But let's go ahead and put a little track on that, Jimmy.
East of Hillsborough, right there?
Yeah. So, and it seems to be moving more to the northeast. So we put that up. So up to, and again, here's Highway 21. So, and that circulation looks like it's just east of Highway 21. So between Highway Z and Highway 21, going up here towards Old Lee May Ferry Road, Goldman and Jarvis in the path of this. But again, and then eventually Barnhart as you get up a little closer towards Antonia and Imperial and up towards the Seckman area. So you've got a lot. I'm going to put just that warning graphic up again because my goodness.
I mean, there are so many areas under tornado warnings right now.
There's just a lot. And the thing is tonight, and it looks like they've extended that warning we were just talking about. They pushed that into St. Louis County now. So that circulation we were just talking about down here, not too far from Hillsborough, that circulation has prompted a new tornado warning that now includes southern portions of St. Louis County. It does not include, and I just want to back out and check and double check, it does not include the city of St. Louis. So the sirens should not go off in the city of St. Louis. but your sirens are going off in South County now. In fact, they may be going off in all of St. Louis County because sometimes I don't know if they've made the switch yet to where they are going to sectorize it, Jim. They were planning on
That's
doing
what
that.
I've heard, yes.
But I don't know if they've made that. So a lot of times your sirens will go off all over St. Louis County when it's only for part of St. Louis County. And really, this is pretty much, southern portions of St. Louis County over here into Monroe County. It does not include Waterloo. But again, when we look at the circulation, why is that storm issued?
Right.
Let's pop on the wind and you'll see it's for the circulation that's right in this general vicinity here, pretty close to Hillsborough. And so as that tracks off to the northeast, the potential's there, and in this environment, the potential's there that we could see something spin up. So I'm going to give you a 30-mile track on this, 30-mile-per-hour track, and probably a broader one than you want to see. But assuming it stays on this north and northeast path, okay, Barnhart, Imperial, we talked about that a few minutes ago, into Arnold, St. Anthony Health Center, Melville, Oakville, Lee May, okay, 270, 255 on the south side, JB Bridge in there as well. So again, that's if the circulation tightens up, it could be a problem. As we look at the, and I don't know if I would call that, I don't think that's a confirmation, but there is some indication that something's going on down there, but I don't think that that is a tornado debris signature. Certainly not.
Jefferson County, yeah.
Yeah, not from what we've seen. So that tornado warning is in effect there, now includes South St. Louis County.
Until midnight.
And that's until midnight, and then northwestern portions of Monroe County, and then a good chunk of Jefferson County as this whole system rotates through. Meanwhile, back to the west of that, we still have our broken line of thunderstorms surging out, and embedded in this area, some of these storms are surging out and creating some rotation themselves. And so we have tornado warnings all along this line, Franklin County, Crawford County, western portions of St. Genevieve County, down into Iron and Reynolds County because of this line of storms moving through. And, granted, these are large areas to have tornado warnings. The reality is the storms probably have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and you're only going to have very small areas where you might have a tornado here or you might have a tornado there, and they're very hard to identify, and they only last for a couple of minutes. But Jim, we'll kind of try to look at where a couple of those areas might be.
Yeah.
And I think one of them would be this area down here south of 44, south of Sullivan, near that Pea Ridge area. It looks like you might have something kind of trying to surge out there. And then, but they're not going to be on the ground for an extended period of time. So, if I tell you whatever I tell you now in 5 minutes, it's not really applicable because that's the quick hitting ones.
And again, we have not had any confirmation in any of these warnings that there is actually a tornado on the ground. But places like Murphy, Melville, Oakville, Arnold, your phones have been going off, Baldwin and also Imperial, a lot of things going on. And then you have this lightning that is intense and just incredible lightning display around the entire area tonight, and then all the rain in the region. But again, within these thunderstorms, like Scott was saying, you get these little spins going, and that's why there's so many tornado warnings at this point, but no actual official reports of tornadoes on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the velocity here, just kind of going back and forth with this storm that's down here in Jefferson County. It actually eases a little bit and loses some of, you had some pretty bright green up against your red, which is what you're looking for, and then you kind of have, it peaks, and it's there, and then they issue the warning, and then it does what usually happens most of the time after they issue a warning. When it's a borderline case, ends up kind of going away. So just out here looking around the rest of the metro area, there's nothing else that stands out. You do have that one storm now that has the tornado warning on it up to the north. I think we can shift that into Pike County. And I'll be honest with you folks, you know, you're getting into late at night. We don't have, like every other business in the world, even though the National Weather Service is the government, they are limited staff right now. And so some of these warnings, they're just kind of, you sometimes would issue a severe thunderstorm warning and then do individual little tornado warnings if you thought you needed them. But they don't have the manpower to do that right now. So you're kind of getting these broader warnings. And we understand that. And we're all working together, doing our best to try to keep everybody safe. So we just got that one on that leading edge here of that line of storms. Once that leading edge gets past you, then your threat of severe weather seems to be over. So now our tornado warnings basically right here into Franklin County, a chunk of Washington County, and then far western portions of St. Francis County, and then down into Iron County. So along that line of storms right now is probably the most favored area of severe weather. And I got to tell you, looking at it, it doesn't look overly impressive. Jimmy?
Yeah.
I mean, I see the reds in here, and I know we have the heavy rainfall rates, but I don't see a lot of, we haven't had a lot of hail tonight. We had the one hailer that went up Lindbergh, and we haven't had a lot of hail since then.
Yeah, Kirkwood had a little bit of hail that was pretty big, but that was about it.
Yeah, none of these rotations that we're seeing. I mean, there's some rotation towards Antonia right now, and that's lifting up towards Seckman. And, that's coming into the metro area here. Here's Old Lemay Ferry Road. There's Timber Creek Lane, Amberley Parkway, Glenhaven Road. There's your rotation towards Antonia, but it doesn't look especially tight. And it doesn't look especially strong. Not that it's not there, but the other thing is the environment that these storms are in. We've had a stiff southeasterly breeze, and we do have some wind shear to work with. There are ingredients that are available for these storms to work with, and so that's why we just want you, to play it safe. If your phone went off, of course, it probably freaked you out. It freaks me out every time it goes off when I'm resting. Who's in Kirkwood?
Raining hard in Kirkwood.
Oh, it's raining hard in Kirkwood.
Yeah, there's a lot of places where it's raining hard, and also a lot of lightning out there tonight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when we looked at that lightning a few minutes ago, there's all the bolts around St. Louis. I don't think anybody's really getting much sleep. I mean, look at that.
Sure.
That's a tremendous amount of lightning with these storms coming out of
1,500
Jefferson
strikes,
County.
is that what I just saw?
Let me see if I can stop it and let it catch up and count. My count showing 603, but I'm zoomed in. I'm zoomed in a lot tighter than you are.
I'm widened out a little bit, and it covers most of the viewing area. In fact, cutting off Pike County, and I saw about 1,500 strikes. Wow.
Yeah, I've got about 600, and that's just, if I do
Zoomed in.
really zoomed in, I go down to about 430, but that's really from 270 going south through Jefferson County.
That's a lot.
That's still a lot of lightning
a lot.
strikes. It's awful.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Right here.
I'm gonna have.
Amazing. Right into St. Louis.
Where's
Oh,
the
my
doggy Xanax?
Right.
So, I honestly, Jimmy, I want to say that our tornado threat is still pretty limited here. Not that these storms at some point won't spin something up.
Yeah.
But just based on what we're seeing, so far the rotation has never managed to really.
In the observed tornadoes, there was one that was, probably just leaves. It was in a very rural area. and down around Washington County, but that was a while back. So luckily we haven't seen any massively tight rotation since then, but still a lot of spin out there.
Yeah, and they have had a few trees down on the west side of Cuba. So let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of their notes. The storm, the one thing that bothers us about this storm in Jefferson County is that there is, let me see if I can plot the winds on here. If I add the wind particles on there, there is a little more of a southeasterly wind component kind of feeding into this. And if we have tornadoes in St. Louis, we get those, they usually have to have that southeasterly wind component. So that's one of the biggest concerns there. So, and they've had a pretty consistent pattern aloft with it versus what's at the ground. So that's why they're keeping that tornado warning, and that's why they've extended it into St. Louis County. And let's hope that it doesn't, because this would be going, on its current track, it's going to end up going right over the same spots that had a tornado Friday. So we hope that, while it's rotating and we're seeing the rotation and we know it exists, we don't want it to tighten up and drop a tornado, because it would end up potentially in the same places that we've already had problems so far this year. Otherwise, and elsewhere along this line, it doesn't look too problematic right now. Do you see anything that looks problematic, Jimmy?
No, I sure don't. I did notice though at Lambert, southeast wind at 14 sustained, gust to 24. So that is that strong southeast wind that we're seeing. That's probably the concern the Weather Service has as these storms continue to move into the area. Dew point is near 70. You feel that steamy air out there, so a lot of storm fuel to work with. And again, these clusters keep on merging. That's also an issue and something we're watching. And occasionally when they merge, it seems like the spin gets a little tighter in a couple of spots.
Yeah, and I think if you're in this area around Arnold and going up here towards Fenton and over to Melville, while this doesn't look overly impressive at this lowest scan, the next level up, the circulation's a little tighter, and so we just don't know if that's going to be able to, that spin that's in the storm and kind of up in the clouds, if it's going to be able to spin its way down and drop a tornado. And that's why we have our tornado warning, and that's why it includes, it does cross the river here. It includes a chunk of Monroe County, including Columbia, Illinois, including the JB Bridge, and then, Oakville and Melville, and certainly Arnold, and back towards Fenton. It's definitely includes that. It's just not, when you look at this from this vantage point, your typical radar vantage point, you're just saying, well, this just looks like a mess. And it looks like a bad storm, but I've seen worse storms. And you're right. I don't think there's much hail with this storm at all. I mean,
At those earlier storms, we had hail reports, and you're right. The ones now, it's rain, it's lightning, and just that rotation and occasional spin that we're seeing out there. Southeast wind downtown airport is about 6 miles an hour. It's a little stronger though at Lambert. Haven't really had any 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, although that storm that went through St. Louis County earlier could have very well had some very strong wind gusts with it. But the one moving through currently, the wind does not seem that it's extremely strong with that, with the tornado warned storm right through Arnold and High Ridge and Melville, that area, and Oakville. Again, lightning and rain and maybe some spin, but that's not translating down to the surface.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet, yes.
Yeah, I just looked at, I can see with this storm, up towards Shady Valley. So you get in there. There is some spin in there, but again, it's more aloft than it is towards the ground. But I mean, I don't think most people, it's coming up on 12:30. Most people are not going to be, well, yeah. We're not getting ready to go outside to take a stroll with the dog tonight or, go for a
It's
ride.
raining too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's raining, you're inside, you're in your safe place theoretically. So just as many walls between you and the outside as possible, just kind of hunker down away from the windows and doors here until the storm blows through. I think if there's going to be any problems here, it's going to be just south and southwest of Arnold. And it's just this area here that's along and south of Highway 21 and 141. And we get down a little bit closer down in there. This is where it might be.
A little rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold on it, but there's Dutch Bottom Road, Lonedale Road, Glenwood Drive, the Missouri State Road, Astor Way off 141. Remember that? That's one of the Fox C6 schools down there. I can't remember which one, but I've been there. So Jimmy, I mean, that's our biggest threat if we're going to have something is going to be that spin up just west of Arnold right now. And I don't really
See that, yeah.
I'm having a hard time. There is a dropout. It's interesting. There's kind of a dropout to some degree. I don't know. The radar is so messy right now. It's not pretty. Not at all pretty. There
Everything's
is your
merging. Yeah, let's see here.
your reflectivity. Yeah, it's been a long week. It's been a long month. Actually, 2025. What are we? We are 5 months, not even 5 months full of 2025, and it's been a year.
It seems like the past 5 years have been very active.
They have been. Oh. Well, it's been nonstop this year.
Yes.
So we put this on. I think we're dealing now. I think we're going to transition in the next hour. I really think in the next hour, Jimmy, we're going to transition into more of a rain scenario versus any kind of severe weather scenario. You can see a little bit of a downtick on the lightning strikes. Let me see how many we got here.
While you do that, look at this. They've taken out Gasconade County. You're no longer in that tornado watch.
Yes.
Crawford County, you're no longer in the tornado watch. Phelps County and even Pike County, Missouri, even though you just had a warning, that has moved into the Illinois side. So we're beginning to see the cancellation of that, like Scott says, of the tornado watch, which is great. But the rest of the area till 3 a.m., and we'll see if this changes as we get into the next hour.
Yeah.
A lot of lightning out there, though. Lots of lightning and lots of rain. No flood advisories or flood warnings yet.
No, they're all pretty much out here in western parts of Missouri. You get out there, there's Springfield, and they've got them down there. And I'm not, honestly, let's do this. Let's do this. If we look, because that is going to be another concern here. If we look at the last 12 hours, it's going to take a few minutes for this to populate. It's got to go find the data for me. But just looking at how much rain has fallen with these storms to our west and southwest. So, in the last 12 hours, there have been pockets here with pretty easily 2 to 3 inches, maybe 4 inches of rain. I don't know, if we're already pushing 1 to 2 inches down in Jefferson County, I'm pretty sure. So we're making progress there. I don't know that, this will be a situation that we have to worry about for us with flooding. it is more of a concern for them. But usually what happens is once this thing starts winding down, yes, we will get that steadier rain, but the intensity of that rain, as all of this pushes off, we've lost the heat of the day. Unless our low-level jet keeps ramping the moisture up and in here through the overnight hours, the rain intensity should ease some, and that should keep us from having too much of a massive problem. So, all right. Now we got to watch for merging storms. We still got to watch for this line down to the south of St. Louis. Oh, and my neck hurts. It's part of getting old and staring at computer screens.
Yeah, we both started pretty early, but so that, again, tornado warnings, we have had no observed tornadoes on the ground, but we're noticing some spin in the atmosphere, and if you're under the warning, you should still get to your safe space, and we're looking for, Scotty's looking for debris now to see if that's showing up at all. Other than that, it's just numerous showers and storms and a lot of lightning and a lot of rain as we go into the overnight hours here. And it looks like it's going to stay pretty active, at least with that rain and thunder and lightning here for hours and hours. Hopefully it starts to taper off in a few hours.
Yeah, and there is quite a bit of rain here falling. There is no doubt about that. And the other thing there's quite a bit of is the lightning. And, so just in the area you see now, and again, we're not discounting the tornado warning in South St. Louis County, down in Jefferson County. We know it exists. The circulation's more up in the clouds than it is closer to the ground, and it's been that way for a while. So we probably don't have an imminent tornado there, which is why we're not, get to your get to your safe place, get into the basement. We don't think you need to really worry about that at this point. We're not seeing that strengthen. And then out along this line that's out there, it's kind of just little quick hitters if they're going to be there. But the amount of lightning and the rainfall is pretty incredible. So I think we're transitioning. It's, by midnight to 1 o'clock in that time frame, we are going to transition into mostly just a wet scenario. But there's a lot of thunder right now and lightning with these storms in the metro area, especially as you go along the Missouri River here from the city of St. Charles going east and then going south down the Mississippi River. You still have some over on the Illinois side too. There's still some pretty decent lightning here as you go over towards Troy and down into the Red Bud area going south down through St. Clair County. But, the really intense lightning is kind of along the 270 Lindbergh area, western parts of St. Louis County, and then up into North St. Louis County, eastern St. Charles County, and then looking down to the south from there. So I think more than anything, that's keeping a lot of people up tonight.
So another tornado warning for
that.
southern Jefferson County, and I was actually looking, so let's see here.
I think this is just kind of the continuation of this line.
12-15, okay.
Yeah, this is,
do you see that rotation in Union and St. Clair? It's just really broad.
yeah. Well, and it's just on this line that we're kind of watching. It's the whole line is just kind of sliding along. So anything along that line's capable of producing the quick hitting tornadoes. Although, when you look at this, you don't really see it.
Right, any tight rotation.
Yeah. So
Well, then maybe.
I guess my watch is tired of being alerted all day long. It's got a lot of alerts. I just don't, we're looking down there. It's not the most favorable environment. Again, there are no imminent tornadoes. If your phone just went off and you're in southern Jefferson County, you're down here in the Farmington area, you're in Park Hills, you're in Bonne Terre, you're over to St. Genevieve, Your phone just went off, you got a tornado warning. This is not something that's imminent, okay? There are little nubs along a line of storms. And this line, as it's advancing in, any of these nubs are in an environment when they nudge out, they can create a quick spin and a quick brief tornado. So if we're going to see tornadoes in this area down to our south and southeast, it's going to be quick hitting, they're going to be brief. More likely than not, they're going to be pretty small. Now, the only place I'd be a little more concerned about right now is in this area here that's between, say, Park Hills and Iron Mountain Lake. And when we look at the storm relative velocity in here, just kind of putting that on there, you know, I don't see anything that looks dramatically, hugely problematic, just kind of looking at it. But there is some stuff going on down there. And so as a consequence, we have to kind of keep our eyes on that. From a standpoint of just looking purely at the velocity here and the winds, they are stronger. So you're going to have some wind gusts there, maybe 50 miles per hour or so. But again, there's nothing that really stands out as an imminent, immediate threat of a tornado, just that they could happen in this environment at any time along that line of storms. And that's why the National Weather Service just issued that tornado warning for you. So if you're just waking up and just getting us on 5+, 11:37 our time, you may be lagging behind a couple of minutes here on the streaming, but
I need new batteries, so I'll be right back.
yeah.
New batteries. You want some?
I think I might be okay. I don't know. I am okay at the moment. At the moment. So, just kind of trying to see if there's anything else. I don't really, again, it's an ugly radar map, full of water, which we don't need. So more heavy rain. There has been some hail tonight. This is not a huge hail producer for most of us. In fact, most of us aren't even seeing hail right now. The wind fields out of this haven't been especially strong. So we've got multiple tornado warnings in effect, and yet we do not have multiple tornadoes on the ground. Okay, and we are not, meaning those of us in the Weather Center, which tonight's me and Jim, and in a little bit it'll be Gary, we are not overly concerned right now about large damaging tornadoes occurring. Okay, we don't see that happening with this line. We may see a couple of quick spin-ups, and I think that's definitely a real possibility down here as you get down towards Bonne Terre and down towards Farmington, where you get a couple of these little nubbies that stick out, and you start getting a little extra spin in there. But I think for most of us, we are not going to be seeing, you're not going to see large and damaging tornadoes in our area. So again, we continue to get additional warnings for parts of the area, and we watch and we see. Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning just got issued down there in down in Madison County in Missouri.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning there. Yeah.
Yep, Madison, Missouri. And I'm trying to see if they, Okay, so, I mean, otherwise, you're still looking at the same tornado warnings. Southern portions of St. Louis County down into Jefferson County, and then for our southern portions of Jefferson County down into St. Francis and St. Genevieve County, out ahead of that broken line of storms. But there is nothing there that, I mean, honestly, there's nothing there that screams we got a tornado at this point. There are circulations along the line, we know that. But we don't see anything that's causing any big problems right now. And that's the good news. Other than we're going to have some water problems developing. I think you're going to be looking at these smaller creeks and streams down south now that we've had more than an inch, inch and a half of rain. I think, Jimmy, they're going to pop up pretty quickly. But
Yeah,
I think
it's raining very heavily, even downtown St. Louis. I just noticed the lightning and that thunder. And,
yeah, you
and the
look
rain.
out the arch and
Let's see if I can pull that up, and I'll show you that too. It shows a four-panel here of what's going on while Scotty reorganizes. I want to show you this. So downtown St. Louis is here. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning sometimes. Looks like Farmington, not much going on. Then Cuba, Missouri, and there's Highland. A lot of even that kind of a purple lightning going on tonight, but there's that lightning in downtown St. Louis. So checking that tornado watch, there it is until 3 a.m. Still most of the area, but the counties that were allowed to expire so far are west, and that's Pike County, Missouri, Gasconade County, Crawford County, and Phelps County. No longer in that warning, but or watch, I should say. The warnings continue anywhere from Washington, Missouri to St. Clair, Missouri, Richwoods, all the way through Jefferson County, and we have southern portions of South St. Louis County actually into Arnold and Cedar Hill. So a lot of warnings, but no official touchdowns or observed tornadoes at this point.
yeah, and I don't know that we're going to get any. You know, looking at this velocity, the only thing that kind of concerns us is along this line down to the south where you've got a couple of nubs out. There's a couple little circulations there that might try to spin something up. But when we look at this storm that prompted the warning here in the metro area for southern St. Louis County, Melville, Oakville, Fenton, down to Arnold and Imperial. I mean, there's not much there in terms of rotation with this storm. Now, it was better rotation as you went higher into the storm, but that has pretty much come to an end, or at least it seems
move
like
your map. It might have actually expired or canceled. Check that out. See if that because mine disappeared. Huh.
Well, mine's still
My
there.
yours is still there. Interesting. I wonder.
But my northern tornado warning went away. So,
Yeah, that one did disappear. Okay.
well, and it's also possible that it was going to expire at 11:45, and maybe your clock is on your computers. A couple
It might be a
minutes
little bit
faster.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, mine might be slow. Yours might be fast.
Well, that's some
watch-
good news. So a couple
Yeah.
of them might be disappearing, but we still have several warnings out there, and I'm sure everybody's awake from all of this lightning and thunder that we're having in the very least. And luckily, the tornado warnings, again, no observed warnings, but Scotty right now is on those Doppler winds by Park Hills and to the west of Farmington there. And you can see, it's trying to tighten up a little bit. It's where green meets red, and it's a broad area rotation, but there's that bright spot that Scott was zooming in on there.
Yeah. And, let's just do a track. I mean, there's a couple of tracks here, and they just issued a new severe thunder or a new tornado warning down in Madison County, Missouri. But let's just say this in this area around Bonne Terre is something. Not that it is, because we don't know that it is, but that's where it seems like there's a surge and there's something worth talking about. So it's almost into, or it is into Bonne Terre, Silver Springs, Halifax, and Kester. All right, so that's kind of on the northern side of where we're seeing rotation. Now we slide down a little bit. Here's another area, just kind of off to the west, maybe northwest of Farmington. So let's just kind of put that up here and make that move northeast. And that'll put you into Park Hills and Ogborn and Lawrencetown. Again, these are not confirmed tornadoes. They're just some areas that look a little suspicious. And I think that's what we're going to be dealing with here, just because we're simply in an environment where these storms down to our south could create some kind of spin up. Now, here we're going down. Madison County, Missouri has a new tornado warning. But even though they have a tornado warning in Madison County, Missouri, there's nothing really that stands out. And when we flip radars, you know, that's Paducah's radar. There's really nothing that stands out. And we go back to St. Louis, and there's not much that stands out. You're down in kind of no man's land down there. But there's not much, yeah. They're saying they were using Paducah's radar. They could see the reflectivity drop out across the line in Madison County. So, and I guess I can see that because this is what they're looking at. So they're looking here and see right here where this is dropping out here and where it's dropping out here. That could be where you're getting rear flow inject coming in, rear inflow jet coming in. And that can sometimes, they surge in and they drop that wind to the ground and spin something up. So that's kind of why they went ahead and drew that tornado warning up. So let's go back up into north. We'll go north to south. This is what it looks like up on the north side of the metro area right now. Pouring, drenching rain. Nothing severe here. Pouring, drenching rain. No severe weather. Ton of lightning. Ton of noise. Really noisy night here. A lot of lightning. I mean, and when we say a ton of lightning, I think that is safe to say. We'll just kind of see if we can just, oh no, it wouldn't do it. Well, that was going to be our evening forecast. I'm trying to get you that look out the, let's see what the St. Charles Skycam looks like, how much rain is going on out there. Well, at least we can see that. Here's Highland. Let's see if Highland shows us any lightning, because we know we've seen a lot of it. It looks like there's a pretty good breeze over in the Highland area too. Again, if you're just waking up right now around St. Louis and wondering what the heck, man, is it noisy outside? Yeah, it is. And there's nothing severe. It's all just rain and lightning as best, yeah, go ahead. As best as we can tell.
Oh yeah, that's Highland. Oh, there's the downtown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
a lot of
is.
lightning.
Yeah, and the visibility's dropped way off as it's just pouring right now. So,
And less than an hour ago, Sonia called in, and she lives in South St. Louis County. She did hear the sirens, but again, I told her that there's no confirmation of a tornado, and there was a warning.
well, I don't think the warning ever got into the city.
Right, and her sirens were going off, like you said. It's probably extended
Yeah,
north.
After last week's mishap, they probably are a little more cautious. I'm looking at this, Jimmy. I see a lot of rain. I think once we get this back edge of the line through, it looks like that tornado warning that was in effect for the southern part of the metro area has been allowed to expire. Either that or it's canceled, one or the other. I mean, I don't see any problems with that wind there. Now, having said that, I'm going to look. Yeah. Well, no, that's not tight enough. There's still going to be some gusty winds, and you may yet get another batch of tornado warnings on the leading edge of this. Although I got to believe that as we keep seeing this line go east, it's going into slightly more stable air. Maybe not, totally stable atmosphere, but slightly more stable. So the amount of energy it has to work with becomes more limited, and these become just heavy rainmakers. So I think that's what we're kind of getting to at this point as I look at these storms down to the south. And again, we look at them together. They're strong and they're loaded with lightning, just a tremendous amount of lightning, although these down to the south don't have as much lightning as the ones around the metro area right now. But we've lost quite a bit of lightning coverage. So about an hour ago or so, maybe it was 30 minutes. Time all runs together when you're having fun. We had a similar view, and we were talking, 500 or 600 lightning strikes. And now we're down to 365 in the last 15 minutes, which is still a lot. That's still a huge amount of lightning. But it's nowhere near where it was. So, yeah, it's noisy all through the city of St. Louis. It's noisy into the Metro East. It's pouring. But most of us are in our safe place tonight. We're inside. And we're just kind of, hanging out, waiting for it to settle down and get quiet so that we can get some sleep.
Yeah, and I did find that 11:40 p.m. that tornado warning was canceled for, south central St. Louis County and northeastern Jefferson.
Okay.
Which is good.
Yeah, they let that hang on for quite a while.
Not seeing anything.
But I'm not, I don't, and even down south where it is surging out, I don't think the winds are all especially that bad. But there are some surges in there, for sure. And, you may have some gusty winds, but I would think, Jim, we would have heard from the Farmington, or I'm just gonna see what the Farmington Airport's OB was maybe in the last hour.
So that southeast wind is still pretty strong. Again, let's just check that tornado watch again, see if any other counties are taken out of that, because some of our western counties have been taken out of that tornado watch. Nope, just Pike County, Gasconade County, Crawford County, and Phelps County no longer in the watch. The rest of the area in purple here until 3 a.m. But like Scotty and I were just talking about, we're seeing tornado warnings, of course. The latest one, southern Jefferson County, down into St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties, and the one around Madison County and these red polygons here. And again, you can see quite intense thunderstorms moving in, kind of bowing out maybe just a little bit right here, approaching 67 in Madison County, Missouri. So there could be just a little bit. Let's check that spin in this area here. I'm going to stop this and put on the Doppler winds and see if, oh yeah, you can see just a little bit of that rotation. Again, not necessarily tight at all, but there's just a little bit to the west of 12 Mile and also a little bit Fredericktown, and you go up a little bit further and follow the entire warning, again, near Farmington. It's just where that green meets red here, just all up and down. And no wonder those tornado warnings are quite large, all the way into southern Jefferson County here. Not quite to Festus, but again, we haven't had any observed tornadoes on the ground, which is great. At least earlier in the night we did, but not now. And so the only warnings are now well to the south of St. Louis at this point, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm going to look in Farmington here. They still have a south to southeast breeze, and they gusted to 30 miles per hour, and that's about it. So I think if they were going to gust, they would be the spot that if it was going to really take off, they would have been the ones that took off. And I don't see it. So, which is good. I mean, that's really right. We don't want it to be bad.
No.
So
But that lightning, again, I just widened out this entire shot here. And I saw up to 1,500 lightning strikes still in this entire area. So this is our entire viewing area. Again, cloud to ground lightning strikes. Sometimes that number gets up to about 1,500, which is amazing. So very electrifying, electrical. It's getting late.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of lightning and thunder out there. And of course, many people waking up with the tornado warnings, or cell phones going off, and some sirens definitely going off.
Yeah, and I think the metro area, really the threat in the metro area is limited if it even exists at all
Yeah.
at this point. And Gary Frank's popping in.
Yeah, he's
now.
popping in here. Hey, Gary.
He's ready to start his day. So we're just basically, we've got the line of thunderstorms that stretches down to the south of St. Louis. Yes, we have the big cluster all around the metro area right now. None of these are producing severe weather, but you do have heavy rain that goes back out to the west, out along Interstate 70, goes back into Warrenton, goes up to Troy. And this is, it's a drenching rain. And it's a noisy rain because we've had all this cloud to ground lightning going on for quite a while. And then that extends up here into Montgomery and Macoupin County and Jersey and Greene County. And then you get back into the Metro East here, and it's very noisy. The drenching rain continues. But there's no rotation in these thunderstorms. There's not a lot of wind in these thunderstorms, at least that we can tell. I mean, we're talking 30, maybe 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Nothing really dramatic. And as far as tornadoes go, I think this batch down here, this is the last of the line that still maintains its strength, that where it does surge out a little bit, and there's one south of Fredericktown. There may be another one here. That rear inflow jet may be trying to nudge in here towards Bonne Terre, which would push something up in, far northern portions of St. Genevieve County or far southern portions of Jefferson County. But there's not a lot of rotation that stands out as being problematic on here. And when we look at that, I mean, that's where you find your best circulation is right there east of Bonne Terre. But again, if it happens, it's quick. It's 2 to 3 minutes. It's not going to be a huge tornado. It's going to be in. It's going to be out. So that's the thing that we're not worried about these long track tornadoes. Just that's going to be heading towards the east and to the northeast. So that's going down 55 here. And eventually it does cross the river. So at the moment, we don't have tornado warnings on the Illinois side for Monroe and Randolph County, at least not yet. With this surge here, if that continues to show up, and that surge down there, given the semi-favorable environment for the potential that something spins up, we could deal with something that pops up. But you look at this over the last hour, and there's nothing that screams we got a tornado or a tornado touchdown. And I don't think we've had, we had a couple earlier in Jefferson County where we were able to do Doppler confirmed tornadoes because we could see the tornado debris signature. I think a lot of that was leaves. It was over very rural areas. We haven't had anything like that for a couple of 3 hours now. So for the most part, it's really just along the line that's down across southeastern portions of Missouri, south of St. Louis, that really is the area of concern. North of town, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of tremendous lightning. It's all continuing to push off to the east. The only tornado warning that we have right now, Jefferson County, the southeastern portions of Jefferson County, the eastern portions of St. Francis County, they're just trimming it up, St. Genevieve County, and then down into Madison County. Now, since these tornado warnings have been up, and they've been up pretty much for our entire area here from the west coming into the St. Louis region, They've been in effect. We've had no confirmed reports of any damage anywhere. We've had no confirmed
I'm
reports
signing
of
off.
strong
Have a
winds.
great night.
Okay, Jimmy.
It was a
thank
pleasure. I'll be
We'll
here in
see.
the morning.
We'll see you.
Yeah, here comes Gary.
All right. So we're transitioning. Honestly, I think we're going to get into more of a heavy rain threat. Thanks, Jimmy. Hope the doggies are okay. Hope my doggies are okay. They don't like the thunder. Well, one doesn't. One doesn't care. But one really does not like the thunder. But again, the only part of this line that we're watching is whatever surge is out. And there's a surge coming up towards Bloomsdale that's going to be, right along the Jefferson-St. Genevieve County line. I don't think it's going to be a big problem. But if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to happen there. It's going to happen fast. And then it's going to be done. Farther south, unimpressive as you go farther south. I think we're talking about more of a heavy rain event. We haven't seen a lot of heavy wind with this. We haven't had damage reports with this. Even when it was back in, parts of the Ozarks, we weren't getting a lot of damage reports. We still haven't, as far as I know, gotten a lot of damage reports out of there. But it's a lot of rain. I think we may be transitioning here to some sort of flash flood threat as we head into the overnight hours. I think we still have about another 45 minutes to an hour before our severe threat is going to be ixnayed around St. Louis. I mean, we're staying in our weather impact alert. We talked about this earlier. If you just kind of look back at this over an hour and look at the broad picture, you kind of can see there's the start of some spin here. This whole complex, as it's evolving and developing, is going to create its own spinning motion and become its own disturbance as it continues to lift off to the north and to the northeast. So right now, we have a lot of heavy rain around St. Louis. It is a drenching rain. Gary, was it a good drive in? No.
It was, I would qualify it as to rain what the snow was last time I left work that one time where we had that snowstorm
Okay.
that crippled us for 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
That was as much fun as it was in the rain.
Okay.
This is a 4-inch per hour rainfall rate that you cannot see.
Yeah. And that's
That's-
pretty much, yeah. I think we're going to get out, at least we get out of that part of it in about an hour. And then we get into the steadier rain, which is what they've been dealing with back in, mid-Missouri and western Missouri. Do what? Okay, Gary, your mic is hot. He's okay. All right. So there you go. At this point, it's rain. There's a lot of lightning. I don't think there's a big severe weather threat. The tornado warning, they'll probably issue another one into parts of Monroe and Randolph counties. Just as this line continues to kind of bulge out a little bit, you got a surge there. That surge is going over. If there's going to be a tornado, I'm going to bet on it being right in this area here of northern St. Genevieve County, north of Bloomsdale, and probably off to the east of DeSoto, right along 55. So let's just stop that. Let's get in a little bit closer and kind of look into some of these areas here. So Fultz, Prairie du Rocher, and Maystown. If there's going to be a tornado in here, my guess is it's right on this northern side where it's surging out. So let's see what the velocity shows. And there is something there. There's definitely some semblance of kind of a rotation maybe in this area. I think it might be more pronounced here with this in that general vicinity. But again, it's there now. Once this thing surges out a little more and then kind of weakens a bit, it's gone. So I think this is what we're going to deal with for the next hour or two. I think you're going to get another tornado warning just because we've had a continuation. Although we haven't had to my knowledge, we have not had any reports of, yeah. Yeah, they're discussing an upstream warning now, or a downstream warning. So that's just where it is. I really don't see there's much else. Fredericktown, you got a little surge down there, and that's pretty insignificant in the scheme of things as surges go. These are not the big impactful storms. These are not going to be large damaging tornadoes. These are storms that are going to spin up quickly, cause some problems if they spin up at all, and then they're going to be done. In the meantime, this is what we have: a big mess of heavy rain and a lot of lightning. And it's going to be noisy for the next hour or two. Now, our lightning counter here, notice we're kind of like the whole viewing area here, and we're down to 600 lightning strikes. So we were, 1,500 to 2,000 on that a while ago, and now we're not. So we've made some pretty good progress there. We're hearing about 2.5 inches of rain from a train spotter, 141 in Fenton, which sounds about right.
Yeah, it was brutal.
And Gary can confirm.
I'm telling you, you can't even, you can't believe how hard it's raining.
Oh,
It's a matter of time before there's a flash flood warning somewhere, because the same spots on the underpass, as I'm getting things settled, but
Yeah.
same spots on the underpass that you would expect on the interstate. I mean, it was very, very difficult to drive.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt about it. Didn't drive through a tornado, that's for sure, but, and the wind wasn't, like Scott mentioned, wasn't blowing particularly hard, but it's as hard a rain as you can imagine.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
they just did issue a flood advisory for northern Iron County, northeast to Montgomery County, Illinois. So that's
yeah, and
pretty
there'll be
much-
more. I mean, you look at the back edge of this rain here, it's in, look at all the rain in Springfield behind it, right? This
Yeah.
is one of these,
Oh, it's a big complex.
it's
yeah.
not going anywhere. It's going to be my problem now as we talk about the morning commute and flooded roadways. I mean, I'm telling you what, you're going to hear from more people coming in on our shift and driving that
yeah.
it is incredibly difficult to drive. That will be a secondary thing to all the severe weather, but
Well, I mean, we haven't really had any tonight, fortunately.
Yeah.
The areas that have had the tornado Friday and got beat up on Friday have had to deal with a lot of rain tonight, for sure. 1 to 2 inches easily, maybe 2 to 3 inches, and probably another inch or two to come. But as far as severe weather goes, we've had a hard time really seeing winds get over 30 miles per hour. I will say, as I'm looking at these storms over here on the Illinois side, I always want to look anytime anything looks a little suspicious. But I don't think that's along the Kaskaskia River. And that doesn't look too suspicious to me. But, still a lot of heavy rain around St. Louis. And the other thing has been the lightning. It's really noisy outside. And I think that's what we're going to have to we're going to have to deal with this. I don't think you're going to have a lot of contrary people tomorrow. All right, there's going to be a lot of people who get very little sleep tonight, and so everybody's going to be. And then there's a lot of people that haven't had a lot of sleep for a few days because of severe weather. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be a bit on the contrary side tomorrow, and a little on the edge. So let's all try to give each other just some space and grace tomorrow, and just kind of ease through the day, because it's going to be a little tough for people waking up, just because look at all this lightning. I mean, it's noisy now. You get over here along the Kaskaskia River, Carlisle Lake, you only got 1 or 2 lightning bolts right around Carlisle Lake, but it is a fireworks show off to your west. And it's still pretty much a fireworks show going down 55 too, as you go down here into southern portions of Jefferson County, down into St. Genevieve, St. Francis County. Nothing that we can tell that's imminently severe, but anywhere along this line, you could pop a quick hitting, brief tornado. You're not going to get much. It's not going to last long if there were to be a tornado. But, you know, I think otherwise, it's like Gary said, it's a drenching, pouring rain that's falling across the area now. And even though it's going to let up some, I mean, what you're seeing back to the west, this is still pretty heavy rainfall. That will ease some overnight. I think we're still going to be looking at, you know, another couple of inches of rainfall. Well, now they're saying, 2 to 3 lanes of 64 westbound at Forest Park are flooded and impassable.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I got here. I can't imagine if I came in at my normal time, what it would be like. I mean,
Yeah.
there's just no,
Well,
there's
you
no
know,
way.
Those drains too are covered by debris.
Yep.
And that's not, you know, I know MoDOT was trying to get some of that off from the storms, but the storm debris from last week's also clogging up all the drains. So, and it looks like, let's go down here. As I told you where I thought that would be, they're drawing up a new warning somewhere.
Okay.
We just don't know where.
And Jeffrey, will you move me to Chroma if you get a second when you get a chance, or at least point that camera? Whenever. I'm still getting settled here, just kind of waking up.
I'm not sure I'm finding. They were gonna, there's a tornado warning.
Okay, I see that one now. Includes Belleville, Mascoutah.
Yeah. It was that little spin that I was
Yeah.
just talking about a few minutes ago. But again, nothing confirmed. It's just the way it's spinning. So this is our new tornado warning. Let me auto warn that. So for those of you just having your sirens go off, if your sirens just went off, okay, the new tornado warning here is for a very small portion of Jefferson County. It's really for Monroe and Randolph and a small portion of St. Genevieve County and into southern portions of St. Clair and eastern portions of St. Clair County. There have been no confirmed tornadoes that we've had reports of damage from tonight. None. In the last few hours, we've had numerous warnings and we've had surges along the line, and this is a favorable area for the potential of a tornado. But this warning is a pretty big warning, and it's going to go until 1:15 in the morning. And I'm going to zoom in on the part of the storm that looks like it might be the problem, and we're going to look at the velocity there. It's kind of where we thought it was. And then we're going to pull this back out, and I'm going to give you a track. So if you're just waking up and your phones went off, if you're inside, away from windows and doors, preferably not upstairs but downstairs, you're fine in St. Clair County, you're fine in Randolph County. These would be quick spin-ups if they're going to be there. They're moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So if we just put a track on where this might be and track it off to the northeast, these are some of the places that are in the path of this. And that includes Maystown, Kidd, Burkesville, Waterloo, up to Hecker, Smithton, Freeburg, Shiloh, Mascoutah. Okay, now, having said that, there is no confirmed tornado here. We just have a circulation. We have a surge in this line. And with that surge in the line, that's where we've seen the potential for quick spin-ups. Okay? It would not be something that lasts a long time. If you're going to get that surge, mostly right in here, southern portions, southwestern portions of Monroe County, Prairie to Rocher here, you know, along and east of 55, southeastern Jefferson County and northeastern portions of St. Francis County, and then over into northern Randolph County and into southern portions of St. Clair County. This is quick hitting. It's not going to last very long. Again, this is just a surge, a bulge in the line. We've seen this line. We've been tracking it for 2 or 3 hours. We have not had any reports of damage, so far as we know, along the line. But this is what we're dealing with tonight. Other than that, it's a lot of rain. It is a lot of lightning. It's very noisy outside. But if you're in the path of this storm and your phone just went off, as long as you're inside, away from doors, down on the first floor, you should be fine with this storm that's coming in right now. So this is just what we're looking at the moment with these storms coming in. Now, I'm going to give you a broader picture because I know in the metro area, you know, the cutoff line here for the metro area is just east of 255 and then points to the east for St. Clair County. So it does include areas around Belleville. It does include areas over around O'Fallon. It includes Mascoutah. It includes Lebanon. But again, this is not imminent for you. The storm that we are tracking that would cause you problems is this storm down here southwest of Maystown. It hasn't produced a tornado yet that we're aware of. We don't have any kind of debris indicator that we can say, hey, there was debris, at least not that we've seen, not that I've seen. I mean, anything's possible, but I don't think that that's it. And we were seeing, just looking at the wind field out of this, you know, you've got a couple of areas where rotation's more pronounced. And one of those areas is just kind of in this vicinity here, southwest of Maystown, and it's moving northeast. So if you're inside, you're away from windows and doors, you're fine. You're in your safe place. You're inside. You're where you need to be. Now, if we take this out and broaden the view, you can see that we are dealing with a tremendous amount of water right now. So what we're looking at here is 1 to 2 inches easily of rain with this first round that's pushed in, some cases more than 2. And then back to the west, you're still in line for another 1 to 2 inches. So flood advisories pretty much go all the way from Iron County northeast as well, in addition to the tornado warning. And we heard just a few minutes ago that westbound 64 is flooded there by Forest Park, which is an area that normally does have some flooding problems there. Okay. So we're getting on, let me get caught up, all my little updates here, getting caught up on the phone. But that's your tornado warning. Again, if you just got alerted, your phone just went off, or you're waking up because the siren's going off outside across St. Clair County, the warning sirens have been set off, Belleville, Shiloh, New Athens, Redbud. It's not imminent. There's no confirmed tornado, but we have a surge in the line right now, in this line of thunderstorms that we're tracking, that potentially could produce a tornado. That surge is down here near Fultz, kind of sliding up, and there may be something in there that could be potentially rotating. I'll give you another look at this. This is the velocity. You can see there's something showing up right there. I'm going to go back. Let me move this down a little bit. Go back. Look back. We see that little extra bright green. And then, you know, as it goes across the river, we've lost a lot of it. So we don't have as much of a surge as we did a few minutes ago. But by the same token, the reflectivity here is kind of nudging out. So does that mean that maybe we have something going on just to the north and west of this, and perhaps a little bit outside of where the tornado warning is? That's certainly possible. You good, Gary?
I believe we're finally checked in. I'm going to give you a little bit of a break here. I think you've been talking for a minute. And I got a little more energy for now, but check in with me at about 6 a.m. and we'll see how that goes. But here's what we're dealing with right now. Our tornado warning that is, as Scott mentioned, this is not a serious tornado. These are the brief, weak tornadoes, but there is enough of a spin up. And I'll tell you what, right now, there's no way that you can see any of this. It is raining so hard, it's unbelievable. That's our secondary threat, which we're not going to stay on all night talking with you about. But I'll tell you what, we are going to stay on probably 5+ for a while talking about some sort of flash flooding threat. And I can tell you our commute is going to be significant. As we look outside, you can see where this loop is. This is till about 1:15 in the morning. You can see it's moving through Prairie du Rocher. And I want to show you where this is specifically here. And it's just this leading edge right here. And you're talking about this specific leading edge here, right? This is not necessarily a hook. This is going to be more on the leading edge of these type. This is that type of tornado where we have these brief, weak spin ups. As I zoom in just a little bit, and I point out near from Prairie du Rocher to Maystown. This is a situation from Redbud to Hecker, and this is moving at about 35 miles an hour. So if you just woke up and you're wondering where is this and we've got what's going on right now, this is moving at about 35 miles an hour. So we'll put a track on this from Redbud. This is about 12:34. So like I said, you have about 10 minutes. And as Scott mentioned, this is a situation where interior is just fine, just staying away from the windows at the very least, right? This is that type of tornado where it is brief and weak. We're talking about maybe 70 to 80 mile an hour max, but still enough to get your attention here. Where we're talking about that from Maystown, you've got the same situation. This area right here from there to Hecker, and if we want to talk to Hecker about 1240, that's the situation. I'll put the velocity product and I'll circle where we've seen. And you've watched how this is kind of cycled over the last few minutes, right? And I left the loop on specifically for that reason here, right? So you could see there was a little bit of a surge right about here that moved over Fultz, just south of Maystown here. And as we continue to see this push off to the north and northeast, what we're going to notice here is it's not only the colors aren't as bright, but we're not also seeing where that surge is. And I'll kind of point that out where a couple of the areas that we're maybe looking at for rotation. They're not all that significant, but they're still enough to where we have that potential, right? So at the very least, this one here, maybe near Prairie du Rocher, that's where we're looking at. And like I said, there's a couple of smaller ones, and I think it's enough to where we're looking at these areas where maybe there's some brief weak rotation. There's no way to see it. It's raining incredibly hard, and even as I look at you see the lightning strikes over the last 21 minutes. It's not raining all that hard, or it's not that significant in terms of intensity, but they're also, even as we look closer to Maystown, there are a couple of areas here where at any point, any one of this could provide a brief circulation here. So even as I kind of talk about what's going on here specifically, I would say you're looking at spots right here from Madonnaville to Maystown to Burkesville, even into St. Joe. And those are the areas, like I said, right now that we have specifically where you're probably seeing the best opportunity right about here. And there aren't, even as I loop these, they're not all that impressive at that point. Even when we flip the radar back on here, as we've got, for the most part, we have this widespread area of rain. And like I said, this is the one tornado warning, even as we cue this up. This is till 1:15. This includes many areas here, especially as we look into, I would say right now from, it's this leading edge surge that's, if we're talking about from a Belleville perspective here, you're looking at this is going to last here for just a little bit longer. Like I said, this is till 1:15, but I'm going to give you a heads up because it's moving it says it's moving at about 50 miles an hour. It looks like the radar is sampling a little bit lower than that. So I'm going to give you about a 40 mile an hour, 45 mile an hour track here. And that puts it into some of these areas past Trenton at about 120. So that gets you out of there. But still, like I said, from a standpoint of where this is right now, this is Lebanon, about 110, New Baden, about 113. You're seeing the leading edge of that. And like I said, I don't think that this is necessarily a significant tornado. We don't have any debris signature that we would often look for. And even the leading edge of that may be on the weaker side in terms of what that radar signature is telling us. And even as I switch the products here, you can tell, let me move this a little bit further so you can see how the progression of this and how it's looped, really what we've been dealing with here. And I see this is the one spot near Valmeyer and Waterloo that I maybe want to be the most concerned about. It's not the rest of it. And watch how we have some, even as I move that, where that surge is, it would be right about here. And that's where I'll probably zoom in just a little bit so I can show you where that is here specifically here at this minute. Because, you know, this is probably the spot, if we're going to pick a spot where maybe there is some sort of rotation, that's the spot here right across 156. Just off to the west of Waterloo, right from Waterloo into Illinois 3, Highway 3, you're seeing that at this moment. That's the spot here from Valmeyer. It would be right about here, and I'll circle this here because, like I said, sometimes these are very obvious when we're doing these for a while, and sometimes they're not. And this is certainly one of those times where we really have to circle what it is just because this is rain wrapped. It is raining very hard. This is a very brief circulation, but it's enough on the leading edge of where this line is, like I said, that we have that potential for some sort of brief tornado. That is not out of the question. So that's why your sirens are all gone off. If you woke up this early with us here so far, like I said, I want to drag this out a little bit more. That's where the radar circulation is that we're seeing. And if I just kind of go ahead and talk about this near Hanover Road, Floraville Road, that's kind of where we are within the next 10 minutes. And even as I put a track on that, it's not going to call out those roads as we don't have that. It's not quite that advanced for us, but it's this area right here. You're going to see that. Let me just drag that further to the north. So you got about 10 minutes or so really through those roads, I would say. So right north on the north side of Waterloo on Highway 3, you're seeing most of that. Now, like I said, as I zoom this out just a little bit more, there's nothing that screams this is a significant severe storm, right? This is one of those brief, weak tornadoes on the leading edge of things here as we look at this, and I continue to loop most of this here. There's another system that does not right now have and I'll go back through this because I think I've got not only talking about that from Prairie du Rocher, but there's another spot to the south that we've at least been monitoring, even as it switches radar products into Perryville as well. This has got a little bit more potency. You'll notice the lightning strikes here over the last 15 minutes or so, even as it'll switch radar products. That's why you get, once again, kind of all wonky in terms of where all the colors are. But like I said, when it switches radar products, you'll see the leading edge surge. It's right about here. You'll see that from green, which is toward, and then red, which is away. You'll see how that is transitioning here as that moves through. And we also have these little leading edge spin ups, and some of them aren't very evident here at this moment. Like I said, when we switch the radar product, this is maybe the area that we're seeing that here from Perryville. But like I said, that's a severe thunderstorm at this point here as we look at what's going on. I did want to pull back out just a little bit simply because I wanted to talk about the significant amount of rain here as we just kind of queue up where some of this rain is. Let's look at some of the rainfall rates here, even at this hour from Breeze, Highland, Carlisle. I mean, this is the kind of rain that I drove in, and I'm talking about 2-3 inches of rain, if not higher in some cases, just kind of queuing this up. 3 inches of rain, just sampling the radar, because this is the most significant rain. And look behind it. I think that's what we're going to see more of here as I just kind of drag behind this here a little bit more, as it's still not finding it for me. There we go. So I'll go back just a little bit just because it'll be easier for me to find this here. But like I said, this is the area right about here that we're going to see more of this rain here, and even just sampling this entire area right now. Not only do we have that, significant rain that's on top of it and even behind it. So once again, as I surge and figure out where this particular area is, that still, like I said, that has moved through. It does not necessarily scream tornado at this point, but we still have a tornado warning until about 1:15 right now for these areas. So if you woke up early or you heard the sirens in the middle of the night, like I said, I'm not seeing any specific signature along this line that's telling me that they're going to continue this tornado warning once we get past 1:15, but it's not out of the question that that could change, right? So that's where we follow this thing along. That's the initial warning right here. And, you know, as we continue to look things over here, you know, Scott, as we're kind of looking at a couple of these spots here, you know, from Waterloo here, that, like you said earlier, I'm not sure that that's telling me that this is a tornado. So, and I'm not saying that we're going to be able to give everybody the, okay, let's just go back to sleep, don't worry about it. We're not quite at that point yet, but yeah, I feel like we will be in the next 15 minutes, especially in Waterloo, Maystown, you know, even if the sirens have gone off and you're up and worried. I think it's going to transition to rain for you behind that.
Yeah, and rain is going to be a kind of a bigger threat here, I think. As we go through the next couple of hours, we are going to be talking about some significant amounts of rainfall.
I believe you're right.
Yeah,
And there it is.
and there it is. We've already seen this area that's highlighted through the metro, in some cases more than 2 inches of rain. 64 westbound reports that we have got, the highway shut down because it's flooded. Keep in mind, on the interstates now, and I saw MoDOT out today trying to pick up tree branches and limbs that had fallen, that everybody just kind of shoved off the roads. They got a lot of storm drains that have a lot of stuff, a lot of leaves, a lot of debris, and that's all left around. And, that's clogging up the drains. So it's bad enough when you get 2 or 3 inches of rain, and it's hard to drain that off. But if we just kind of look, we'll go to the north. We'll start up here with about 2 inches up around Jerseyville. Okay, that's the radar estimate there. We go down towards Valley Park, and let's see what we got. We got 2.1. When we've had between 2 and 2.5 inches of rain reported there, so that's pretty reasonable. We go down here just west of Potosi, which of course has had all kinds of problems tonight. Your phones have gone off multiple times in Washington County because of tornado warnings. 2.5 inches of rain estimated there. Now let's go out a little farther to the west and show you that what Springfield, where it's still raining, south of Springfield. Let's see what they've got. Their average accumulation 2.6. And then you've got this area that's out here off to the southeast of Kansas City. Average accumulation 2.4 inches there. All right, so then we're going to come back into the metro and just do the average accumulation over the city or around the city. And I'll get you that in a second. And what I'm trying to focus on is the average accumulation here that is really from where we had our tornado touchdown. I kind of did this wrong, so I'm going to be close. But in the area where we've had that tornado touchdown on Friday and all the damage, we've had close to 2 inches of rain already. There is another inch or so that's coming. I mean, I don't know at this point when it's finally going to let up. I know the heaviest rain is going to let up within the next hour, but then it's kind of steady to moderate rain that continues for an extended period of time that'll take us, towards daybreak. But it's potentially going to be a pretty intense rush hour tomorrow morning, especially if it's still raining. We're hoping it's not, but if it is still raining, then we got a hot mess. So there's your rainfall accumulation here over the last 12 hours, just kind of adding up. And again, we are really bringing that in. And there it is. All this rain sliding across the region. The one spot where it's not raining much is the spot where there's a tornado warning in effect here. It's let up quite a bit here across much of southern St. Clair County, even though you still have the tornado warning in effect here. Northern Randolph County, a little bit of a surge there. There's really nothing along this line and in that surge that makes us think that there is an imminent tornado warning. Now, we have seen this surge up a little farther north and east, taking us up into parts of Clinton and Bond counties. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning here. And that's, we're looking at another surge and potentially a little bit of a rotation in there. So I think you can make a case that there's the potential that, something could spin up out of that in that area that's around Breeze. Now, as I look at that, it's kind of in the favorable area, but that doesn't necessarily mean that anything's on the ground. Now we'll take it back a couple of notches here. You can see how that's moving. You can see it is tightening up just a little bit as it's climbing north, moving northeast. We're going to take this back just a little bit. I wouldn't say that's a hook echo. No, it's not. It's definitely not. It's out on the front side. But it's the whole storm, That's been part of the problem with these storms. They have looked very unique. It's very unsightly tonight. It's a very messy storm mode. So, you know, maybe it is sort of hooking there, but it's not your traditional rotation that you're looking at. That's going to be near breeze. So if we just do based on that storm relative velocity, maybe that circulation's close to St. Rose. I'm not sure. There may be a couple of circulations in there. So let's do this. Let's take both of those circulations and race them off to the northeast. And when we do that, that gives you Stoletown, Dudleyville, Tamalco, Pleasant Mound, Smithborough. All right, so you're really talking about this severe thunderstorm warning here in northern portions of Clinton County and then stretching up into parts of Bond County. And I mean, we're getting close to getting into Fayette County here. A lot of our farm field friends who have seen drenched farm fields and are so, I mean, what are you going to do with it? So that warning is in effect right there. And, you know, they are putting out with that, they are putting out the, you know, possibility that it could spin up a tornado, but they've gone with a severe thunderstorm warning with that. In addition to all the lightning and that, you know, potential severe weather, you're also talking about heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. But I can't see an imminent tornado out of that at this point. There is a bit of circulation there. I also don't see an imminent tornado out of any of this, Gary, that we have coming out of Monroe County and Randolph County into St. Clair County.
Yeah, I sure don't either. And I mean, I like I said, I think we hesitate to say, go to sleep, it's fine, even though we want you to do that. I mean, but I will say, at least if you're up early and you know all the storms have woke you up, you've heard sirens, or you see all this text on your phone, I did want to point out at the very least that, you know, as we're behind this line, you're on the Missouri side, you're pretty much done with severe weather, right? You're transitioning to a localized flooding threat and maybe a flash flooding threat, depending on how long this rain continues, simply because of the volume of rain that we've seen so far. Right now, most of this is transitioning to a rain threat the rest of the evening and overnight, or whatever time it is, right? So, you know, as we talk about what's happening at the moment, this is the one tornado warning that we have that's going to continue to keep us on here talking to you. Like I said, I have a hard time sending you to sleep and saying I don't think you're going to be just fine, because, you know, I want you to do that, but also the off chance that this strengthens or something like that. Stranger things have happened here at 1240, so give me about 15 more minutes, and then I think we're pretty much good with that. Like Scott mentioned, as we start to zoom in just a little bit, and I pull this back out just a little bit here, from Hecker into New Athens, it's hardly raining, actually. It's been a nice break in Freeburg and Fayetteville and New Athens, but, you know, we had the sirens go off, and this is why. We've had a surge in this line here, but also it has weakened considerably. In fact, even near Millstadt, I know your sirens went off as well, as we've got, you know, many spots here just kind of hanging out, waiting to see if they can get the all clear. And I really think in the next 10 to 15 minutes, especially, I would say over the next 5, we'll really be able to see whether or not that this is going to be intensifying anymore. My hunch would be that it's not. That's the way it looks right now. There's no reason to believe that it would intensify, especially because it's already rained here, that maybe knocked a little instability out and a little punch out of this storm. But, you know, as you look behind it, even in the wind behind it here in Prairie du Rocher is not much. This is the one area where we have maybe the most robust storm that I showed you earlier with our rainfall rates that were over 2 inches. We see more of that in the Metro East now, and it's this area that I'll zoom in just a little bit more. In fact, go back to it here and zoom in just a little bit more. This is the severe thunderstorm warning, which at least packs the most punch here as we zoom in just a little bit. And it's this area right here north of Breeze, right at Highway 50 here, right over St. Rose. Well, this is most likely not a tornado, but there is some weak spin that's going on, and that's where we're probably looking at right about here, right over St. Rose. And you really see that here from the standpoint of toward the radar here, and then you look at it away from the radar here, and that's where there may be a little spin. There's nothing that's too crazy at this moment here, even if it's going to let me sample what the the velocity is on both sides when you look at it from that standpoint here. That's just going to pop up the severe thunderstorm warning because I didn't take that layer out of it. But like I said, there's not as enough of a tight circulation that has cause for concern in that regard. But like I said, the one tornado warning, if you're just waking up, it's 1240. You flip this on either 5+ or on air. This is the one tornado warning that we have right now, and it goes till 1:15. Will it last till 1:15? My hunch would be no at this point, simply because there's nothing that's telling us at this point that it is as significant as it once was. And even as we kind of check in with some of the areas, still no updates from our emergency managers here at this point. But there's no reason to believe that we're going to see a tornado from this particular system. We did at one point where we had the leading edge surge, even as I kind of backed this up, and I could probably back it up a little bit more, and you can kind of see it here, because that's where we had more of the surge at that point where we've had these leading edge lines. And watch as I follow this here, specifically watch that area near Valmeyer. You can almost watch that start to want to rotate here, where we had more of those bright green colors that were tied in with the red. Not as much anymore. And that doesn't mean that it won't happen again. Sometimes these surge and have different looks here from 15 to 20 minutes. That's why I don't want to send you to bed right away. But I don't think that this is at one point where you need to get to your basement. I think you just get into your interior spot away from the windows. This would be a very weak tornado if we do have one here, even as we look right now. And see, once again, even there's still some areas that want to, on the leading edge of that, rotate a little bit. There's not enough of a tight circulation that concerns me in that regard here, even as I pull this back a little bit and show you what the radar looks like. Because here's the reason, why Scott and I are saying we may not see a tornado from this at all, even though it has a tornado warning. You look at how we had that bright area of red on the leading edge of things, and now it's weakened considerably. You don't see quite as much of that intensity at all. And of course, if it's not as intense, it doesn't pack that punch. Well, it's probably not going to create a circulation that is going to cause a tornado. As I back this out just a little bit more, like I said, there is one more of those storms within this whole wall of rain, which is what this is becoming. And on the other side of this line, the Missouri side, you have transitioned away from a threat for severe weather whatsoever at all. In fact, most of these counties are starting to get trimmed off of the tornado watch as is. You've seen 2, 3, 4 counties that have already been trimmed off as well. And I suspect more of them will be shortly with time as we continue. And that would include the city of St. Louis. Of course, there are a lot of spots. And I'm telling you, and if you're just waking up, I drove in and it was not pleasant. Of course, I drove in during some of these. No tornado warnings that I drove in during, but the rain was significant. And if it rains like this for the next 2 hours, the normal problem spots, at the very least, even if it's done raining by the commute, are going to be incredibly slow, at least. And so that's one thing that we really are going to have to watch out for here. Now, as we look once again, this is the one lone tornado warning. This is maybe drug you out of bed here, if you've heard that and you flipped it on, or you flipped it on your, probably pulled it on. If you're like me, pull it on your phone, see what's going on, say, yeah, it looks like these guys are on, and telling me that it's relatively okay, things are weakening, we're going back to sleep. And that's maybe where we are at this point here. But there are a couple of spots that perhaps, like I said, could create that circulation. I just don't see them, even as we flip a different velocity product on here. Just because if you just look at it, it's light to moderate rain, right? It's really weakened. And as I flip this on, I'm not all that sold on any of this being a tornado. But as is the case when we're on here and we're talking about a tornado warning till 1:15, we will keep you posted. Once again, at some point, this is going to transition to where we don't have that. Right now, the most, at least favorable circulation for a potential tornado is north of Breeze. And like I said, we'll zoom in once again. There's a couple of spots that, you know, you look at the lightning strikes that I have on here in the last 15 minutes that, you know, we have those spots right now that there are a couple hundred lightning strikes. So this storm still has some potency. The last one has hardly at all. And like I said, you look at a couple of these spots, and there's nothing that jumps out at me, but it's right here, you know, or it's maybe right here. Those are very broad areas of rotation. They're not anything to be sold on, in my opinion, but still something to look out for. This is 143 in Jamestown. If we started to see something like this surge out all of a sudden and get very tight, that's where we may see an additional tornado warning. Not only just for that area, but just in general upstream. And like I said, when you're talking about where this is right now, but this system right here is just not, it doesn't look like it's too much. In fact, the strongest part of it probably is near Baldwin. And that wasn't even really what the tornado warning was for in the first place, Scott. You know, the other one looks more favorable, but I really feel like as this dies out within the next 15 minutes, I have a hard time believing that tornado warning continues. And unless that one upstream off to the northeast, north of Breeze, surges out for some odd reason, I feel like we're going to put the tornado warnings and wind damage threats to bed and then start to transition to a flooding threat in the morning.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we are dealing with already some flooding issues. 141 right now, and 44, we've heard some, I think it was 44, we've heard some issues there. 64 down by Forest Park, some problems there. There's a look at 141 and 44. And again, you know, this is an area under the Merrimack River that normally, or near the Merrimack River, as you use 141 going underneath 44, where you usually have some water problems. And indeed, it looks like that may be the case again today. Poor drainage. I mean, that's the reality. Here's where we are with our current scenario. One tornado warning. Again, as we've been saying all evening, the likelihood of actually seeing a tornado, pretty slim. If we do get one, it's a quick spin up. It's not going to be on the ground. If you're inside, and most of us at this hour are inside, you're doing just fine. You're doing what you're supposed to do. That's being trimmed up. Just a small part of northern Randolph County, east central portions of Monroe County, Illinois, and then into St. Clair County. You do have this severe thunderstorm warning that's up around Carlisle Lake. Again, as Gary was talking about, the worst of that looked like it was north of Breeze, north of St. Rose. That's headed up towards Greenville, but it wasn't a particularly tight rotation that we were looking at there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning down here. In fact, that tornado warning just went away. So, bye-bye. And then down here at Perryville, we are looking at the potential that you're getting something surging along that line down there. So, you know, really, this storm is the only one that looks really intense at this moment that's moving towards Greenville. Probably has some small hail in it, maybe up to dime size. Doubt it's going to be 1-inch hail, but maybe it has some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Then we've got the rain back into St. Louis and going well west. But again, once you get into the Metro East and with this line that's coming through St. Louis and that stretches up to our north and east, once that whole line shifts east, I think everybody back behind that is going to get out of our severe weather threat here as we head through the night, rest of the night. And then we're shifting into this, which is the heavy rain. And estimated in the last 12 hours, you've got spots of 2 to 3 inches of rain that's fallen. Really all the way from Iron County through Washington County, Jefferson County, into St. Louis County, St. Louis City, going up into Madison County, into Macoupin County, eastern portions of Jersey and Greene counties as well. Again, 2 to 3, maybe locally higher amounts.
I was going to say, Scott, there's one spot that we're reporting 141 in Gravois Bluffs. They're asking for a boat for water rescue. That's already that significant.
Well, and there you go. And a lot of times that's where people drive into the water. When the water's over the road and the drains can't handle it, you don't want to drive into it because then your car gets stuck. And it may not even be rushing water. It just may be standing water. And then you're stuck. And then you got to tie up the first responders. And it takes them a while, you know, before they can finally, you end up tying them up too. And they got to get, you know, they got to get wet and dirty to get you out of your situation. So this is a situation that we're dealing with now with the heavier rain. It is going to be a problem for a while longer, even though the worst of this is shifting off to the east of St. Louis now. And this is probably the back edge of where the heaviest rain is along Highway 79 as you go up here into Lincoln County and then cross the river into Calhoun County. We are finally starting to see the rain let up some around St. Louis at this hour. And then as we kind of zoom in, this is the area we were watching earlier. And we were able to get down in Washington County a couple of times. We had some tornado debris signatures that we were able to see as leaves were lifted and lofted up into the clouds, but not a whole lot. And you look down there at the velocities now, and it's, of course, nothing that has anybody concerned whatsoever. So let me just show you where the tornado watch is. We're trimming, we keep trimming, good. The next counties, the next set of counties to get trimmed, probably Calhoun, St. Charles, St. Louis, Jefferson, St. Genevieve, St. Francis, and Madison County. I think they're going to probably wait until 1 o'clock or a little after, but I think that's the next set that's going to go once we get this line to finally get through here, or this back edge of the line, if you will, that's been causing the problems. Even though we're still going to get rain afterwards, and we're still going to have some flooding issues, this is the kind of the edge off to our south and east, and then around to our north and west. That's what separates the area where there's still at least some threat of severe weather versus we're just dealing with water and runoff of water and problems with water running off back from St. Louis and to the west. And hopefully this area of rain to our west, even though it's very extensive right now, hopefully it does let up a bit. I want to show you the satellite radar on the kind of the broader version and broaden it out here for you so you get a bigger picture of what all is going on. And you see how this steadier rain back behind this whole complex has been around for a while. And the back edge is slowly making its way into western portions of Missouri. But yet there's still another complex of thunderstorms trying to get going right now across parts of Kansas, and even some more development down here across parts of southeastern Oklahoma. That always complicates things, but we're thinking that now the leading edge of the worst of this is sliding off to the east of St. Louis. We're getting into more of that steady rain that may cause some flooding, but we're also seeing that that area of steadier rain in general is beginning to decrease in size just a little bit. But that's going to be a slow process. It's going to take 2 or 3 hours as we go through the overnight hours. So, you know, it's not like we're going to shut this faucet off, you know, in 15 or 20 minutes, you know, like we get with some of these systems where you get a sharp line, boom, it's through, you're done, you're out of here, and everybody sleeps really well overnight. You know, for those of us that have problems with water in the basement and that sort of thing, we might not get much sleep at all tonight, because we're going to be dealing with, you know, more additional water issues that will keep us busy even after the rumbles of thunder ease and finally move away. And again, that lightning has been incredibly noisy here. Just the amount of lightning, very intense. Let me pop that on. So you still have a ton of lightning here over into Bond County and around Carlisle Lake. Greenville, probably not sleeping much right now. Mount Vernon, up to Salem and Centralia. You're not going to get a lot of sleep over the next hour or so. And you know the dog's going to go spazoo because they don't like this kind of stuff. Metro area, back to the west, what do we not see here? We don't see any cloud ground lightning, or very little, going back to the west. That is a good sign going forward, in that the focus is shifting farther east. Give it another hour, and most of this is out of the metro area, or at least most of the thunder is out of the metro area at least. The rain probably won't be until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock. I think you're probably going to be looking even at scattered showers tomorrow. And tomorrow morning for the rush hour. And we even kept tomorrow in a weather impact alert, because depending on how this evolves tonight and once it lifts out, if we get some sunshine tomorrow, we still have to get through the front, and the upper system's got to come through here. So we still have some energy. And there were some of the models that wanted to kick up some more stronger storms for tomorrow afternoon. Personally, I vote no. But I don't get a vote. Gary, you don't get a vote.
Nope.
we don't get to vote. We just have to suck it up and deal with whatever comes our way. So we'll see what happens as we go into tomorrow. But I think tonight we're going to add on to this 2 to 3 inches of rain, and you're going to pick up another inch or two. So there's going to be some spots by tomorrow morning that are running over 4 inches of rain out of this system. And so that water is just, you know, it's got to go somewhere. I don't know that we've had let me just see. I'm going to pull this up real fast. It would have updated an hour ago. So they did do a forecast for Sullivan based on the river. Since you see all the blue here, when there's no numbers there, that means they're not forecasting right now. So there's actually no forecast. So for the Merrimack River, Sullivan, they probably did a forecast, a point forecast because of the heavy rainfall they had earlier this evening. And they tend to do those very sporadically. But it says Wednesday at 1 o'clock, and I would buy that number. But the Merrimack River doesn't always get forecasted for from the River Forecast Center. And it looks like they did a point forecast for Burnsville to push it up to 15.5 on Thursday morning. That should be still in the no flooding, below flooding crest stage in Burnsville. So we will see how these numbers work and if they hold. But that's the latest that's in there now. That's the automated things that we have for the river levels. When they do a forecast, it'll show up. If they don't have a forecast that's actually active for it, it just leaves it blank. And so it's a lot of blanks right now. Now, there's routine forecasts for the Mississippi River, there's routine forecasts for the Missouri River and for the Illinois River, but for much of the rest of our rivers, it's based on when it rains and if there's going to be flooding before they actually run all the models and do everything. Still looking at a severe thunderstorm warning out here in Bond County in Illinois out along 70 at the Greenville, stopping at the Love's truck stop out there. Nice time to just kind of chill out and wait for that storm to go on by. Then you go down to Perryville, still got the storm down there. Those are our only two convective warnings right now. Comes to flash flood warnings, we don't have any flash flood warnings. We do have flash flood advisories or flood advisories across much of the area, but not flash flood warnings here. That is not the same, though, into southwest Missouri. Springfield has a few up for the Springfield area, but that's pretty much it. So we're just waiting at this point on clearing these storms out, and I really think that this is the last of any strong storm that we have to deal with. Outside of one of these over here being a little intense as you go over towards Marion County and over towards Jefferson County in Illinois, Fayette County, Montgomery County, and Clay County. Just our final farthest east points really are the ones where there's some severe weather threat. Don't think it's overly high. The ingredients aren't all there. They're limited. And so, you know, it is what it is. I don't think we're going to get a lot of severe weather reports out of this. In fact, Gary, that's something else I wanted to do and I didn't do earlier. Let me go back to this.
I'm not sure that that storm's going to hold on to being severe too much longer either.
I know. Let me just go do this. Do that.
People are trying to drive through a foot of water, so they didn't need the boat.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I got to think that's going to be a real common thing today.
Yeah. Well, here's our severe weather reports. We had some hail. That was a storm that went from Kirkwood on up by the airport. We had some hail. That was way earlier.
I think I was asleep by that point.
Yep. And we've had 3 reports of some wind gusts. Now, I can tell you that we did, from a circulation down here that came out of Iron County, we did, in a very rural area of Iron County, have a tornado debris signature on radar. So, depending on, I don't know that clearly there's not been a storm report issued for it. So, you know, nobody reported anything getting hit. But there's not much there on the storm reports. Not much at all. So, I'm going to add this in there. Put that right there. So, you know, Gary, I think it's time for me to start thinking about departure.
I believe you're correct, because I think this is going to be my problem, and it's not a problem. The problem is the flooding now.
Well,
Problem
I'm
is
not
the
even, I mean, you know, I think it's going to be nuisance flooding.
nuisance flooding, yeah.
And the reason I say that is because, like, Springfield hasn't put up a warning for Phelps County or Dent County. And normally, you know, they usually do post those warnings. Springfield's pretty quick on posting the warnings for the low water crossings in those areas, and they don't have them up. So that's a good sign. I know we got our flood advisory all the way from Iron County into the metro, and then going to the northeast. And I think the drains will catch up with it, but I think, like you said,
Yeah.
you know, there's going to be some problems in poor drainage areas, just period. That's just the way it is. But I think we still have, I'm wondering if they're going to, since we're coming up on the top of the hour, if they're going to make any calls here. Let's see if we got any comments. Besides all of us media people saying
No.
when.
No, I don't believe they have had any comments, but I do feel like you're in the right spot. I'm not sure that we're going to see any of this become anything.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Other than just trim the warning a little bit, that's all.
Yeah.
There are no more active circulations, so there's really no reason to,
Yeah, because the winds haven't been,
yeah.
the winds just have not been strong at all. So I think you're just looking at flood advisories. So I think we've got, Max 3 is up. I'm not sure if Jacob is still back there.
He is, because he's the one that messaged about the boat.
Okay. Let me go. Well, let's see. So I think, I don't know what time stuff happens on TV. Or whatever program we're in,
Yeah.
105. I think we can go off there and we'll just let stuff loop on 5+. How's
I
that?
believe that sounds like a good plan so that we can get regrouped for the morning.
Yeah. And we'll loop on there, and then here's what we'll do. So we'll have 5+, we'll have the loop with the streaming radar and the whatever else that's in there. We'll reset it here in a few minutes just to make sure it's up to speed and up to date. But we'll reset that, redo that, and if things get really wonky and we need to pop back in, Gary's going to be here, and he can let you know what's going on. So for now, though, it's coming up on 3 minutes after 1 o'clock. I think we will let the hub take control back of KSDK St. Louis.
Here on my 100% all white meat popcorn chicken starting at $6.99. Days